This is State versus Barisone, indictment 1912-00999-I. We're continuing with the trial. May I have appearances?
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Christopher Sheldon for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alexander Bennett on behalf of the state.
Edward Belinkus on behalf of Mr. Barisone. And Christopher Dining here on behalf of Mr. Barisone.
The record will reflect Mr. Barisone is present in court, dressed in proper trial attire. All right, we're ready to proceed with your witness?
We are, Judge. Can I just put one thing on the record?
Sure.
For this morning? I anticipate calling Vanessa Medrano-Cortez today, who is the DCP&P worker. Your Honor had signed a protective order on January 31st, 2020, releasing certain DCP&P records to the parties. And in that order, it indicates on page 2, no party or counsel for any party shall make reference to the substance of the within DCP&P records in the public domain without prior leave of the court. Judge, we did mark those, I believe it's 15 pages, as S-174. I don't intend to introduce that as an exhibit, but I may refer to it with the witness if she needed her recollection refreshed or something of that nature.
All right, very good. Thank you. All right, let's call the jurors.
No, I just wanted to make sure she's
Reentry.
Good morning, everyone. Please be seated. We're going to continue with the trial in State versus Barisone. We're going to continue with the direct examination of Dr. Ruth Cox. You want to call in your witness?
Yes, Your Honor, if we could call Dr. Ruth Cox.
Doctor?
Good morning, Doctor.
Well, good morning to you. How are you?
Very well, thank you. We need to re-swear you since we broke during the day, so left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. My clerk will administer the oath.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Ruth Penix Cox, last name C-O-X.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Have a seat.
Thank you.
Please continue, Mr. Shellhorn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Cox.
Good morning.
I think we left off yesterday just before I was going to ask you some questions about August 7th, but I did just want to follow up on two things we discussed yesterday. The first is with respect to the gun, S-177 in evidence. And if you remember yesterday, was turned the other way. I asked you to show the jury where the magazine release button was, and you couldn't see it because the gun was turned around. So if you could just stand up and just point out to the jury where that button is.
It's black.
So it's that button that's right next to where the trigger guard is. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
That's it. It was just turned around yesterday,
Yes,
so I
sir. I
wanted to make
understand.
sure.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'd also like permission to move S-401 into evidence. It's a photo. And publish it to the jury.
Mr. Belinkus, have you seen S-401?
I don't have an objection to that. It's not on the list though, at this point, no, it's.
It was added to the list after it was
Yes,
printed, Judge.
I saw that. All right, no objection, S-401 will be admitted into evidence.
Doctor, we talked yesterday about the night that Michael Barisone asked you for the gun. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And I think you had told the jury that you were near or around the stall where Dee Dee was.
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's been marked as S-401. Do you recognize what S-401 is a picture of?
Yes, sir, I do.
Can you tell the jury what that's a picture of?
Yes, this is the stall that I was spending the nights at. Michael had concern about my horse's safety, and he had asked me to spend the nights there in front of his stall.
So that's the stall where Dee Dee was housed?
Was housed.
What are those areas just to the left of the stall?
Those are two wash stalls.
And is that horse that we see in the picture Dee Dee?
I can't tell you whether that's him or not unless you could show me his face. I can't tell you. It's kind of the right color, but it looks like a horse that's been clipped, but I couldn't. There were many, many horses there.
All right, Doctor, I want to draw your attention to August 7th now, Wednesday, August 7th. Do you remember what you were doing that morning?
Yes, sir. The long table that's there in the club room, I was at the end of that table that is closest to the front of the building. There were two windows there with my laptop doing work.
And at some point, do you remember if you were told or you became aware that there was someone from Child Protection at the farm?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember approximately what time of day that was?
My best guess would be sometime midday, noon times, noon to 1, something like that. I could not give you an exact time.
You were engrossed in your work?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember if that caseworker was a man or a woman?
There was a woman.
Do you recall how you became aware that that caseworker was at the farm?
Yes, sir, I do. Mary Haskins came over and asked me if I would be willing to talk to her. She had some questions about Michael and the children, and she asked me if I would come and answer her questions, and I agreed to do that.
And do you recall where you spoke with the caseworker?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury?
Yes, sir. So, in the pictures, I'm assuming they've seen pictures of the club room?
Yes.
Okay. So where the pool table was, there's a door to the left of that pool table. That is a corridor between the club room into Michael's work garage where he had his cars. And there's doors on either side of that. So we went, because there were people milling around, so we went into that area and we went to the farthest corner that you could go in that area, and we stood there and talked.
Besides you and the caseworker, was anyone else present?
Mary Haskins was there.
Were the doors open or closed?
They were closed.
Now, do you know where the defendant was at the time you went to speak with the caseworker?
No, sir, I do not.
Did you see at any point if or when he left the area of the barn?
I can tell you that because of where I was sitting at the end of that table, with the window there. I saw his truck. He had two silver trucks. I saw his truck go down the driveway, down the hill toward the house. I assumed it was him
Objection.
driving that car.
What's it, hold on, doctor. What's the basis?
Any assumptions, Judge?
All right. Clarify your questions,
I will, Judge. You
or
didn't see,
lay a foundation.
you didn't see who was driving that truck.
No, sir, I did not.
Was that before or after you went into the hallway with the caseworker?
Oh, that would be after.
So after you were talking to the caseworker, you went back to the table, and that's when you saw the truck?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the defendant running around the clubhouse or the stable that afternoon?
I saw him around the area, yes.
Was he yelling or screaming or carrying on anything of that nature?
No, sir.
Now, at some point that afternoon on August 7th, did you become aware that police were at the property?
Yes, sir.
And without getting into specifics of what someone may or may not have told you, how did you generally become aware of that?
Mary Haskins' father was there, and I got some information from him that concerned me that something had happened down at the house.
And what did you do as a result of that?
I got in my truck and drove down there
When you say down there, you mean to the house?
to the house.
Could you see the house from when you got into your truck at the parking lot and started to drive?
Yes, sir, I could.
You could see the house from the parking lot?
What, you said once I got in my truck and started to drive down the hill? Yes, sir.
Okay, so after you got to the top of the hill, you started to drive, you could see the house?
Yes, I could.
How close did you get to the area of the house?
Not very close, because there were many, many police cars down there. There were many, many policemen. And I got probably, thinking about yards, I probably got 15 yards. So if the house is here, the driveway's here, I probably got about 15 yards up the driveway and was stopped. Am I being clear with that, answering your question?
I think so. So you didn't get all the way to the driveway
No, sir.
into the back of it?
Oh, no, sir. There's no way you could have gotten in there.
Did you see Michael Barisone in the area?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall, can you describe how he, whether he was standing, sitting, kneeling, or something else?
At one point, he was kneeling. There was a policeman standing behind him. His arms were behind him like that. And then at another time, he was sitting next to the wheels of, I don't know if it was a trailer or a car that was there in the parking lot.
Now, I think you said yesterday that at some time after the police got to the scene and after the investigation began, that you were advised or you learned that your firearm had been recovered by the police?
Yes.
Were you asked that night on August 7th, 2019 about your firearm?
Yes, sir.
And were you shown a picture of a black and pink 9mm Ruger by a detective?
Yes, sir.
What did you think when the police officer showed you that picture?
My heart sank. I didn't hardly think anything, my heart sank.
And had you seen that gun again since you gave it to Michael Barisone in the stable a couple of nights earlier?
I had not seen that gun again until you showed it to me in the courtroom. Did I understand your question
I
correct?
think so. Do you still have any ongoing business with either Mary Haskins Gray?
No, I do not.
How about, do you have any ongoing business with the defendant?
No, sir, I do not.
Judge, I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Ms. Cox, you were charged with a criminal offense, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you agreed to testify as part of your plea agreement, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the prosecutor just asked you questions concerning you being shown a picture of your gun on the night of the incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the question where you said your heart stopped, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you told the police at that time that you weren't sure if it was your gun, correct?
Yes, sir.
But deep down in your heart, you knew it was your gun, correct?
I strongly thought it was my gun, yes, sir.
Was there any doubt in your mind that the gun that they were showing you at that time was your gun?
Well, there was a little bit of hope that it wasn't my gun until I knew that it was the same serial number as my gun.
Now, you've been coming to the farm for approximately 5 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're coming up this last time, and that was what, Friday before the Wednesday incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fact that you were asked to come up by Michael Barisone?
No, sir, that's not correct.
Who asked you to come up?
I was not directly asked to come up. I had some exchanges with MH, Mary Haskins, and she told me what was going on up there. And I had plans to come a week or so later. And as she and I talked about it, we decided that perhaps it was best that I come on up that weekend.
You basically came up out of the goodness of your heart to help them, correct?
That is absolutely correct, sir.
And that is after you were told by Mary Haskins exactly what was going on, at least according to her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were told, can I assume, some pretty horrible things?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were there for, what, 4 or 5 days before the incident?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree with me that the entire situation was toxic?
Yes, sir.
Were you there, and did you personally see the police come numerous times to the property?
Yes, sir, I did.
And were you present during any of those times?
Yes, sir, I was.
And at any point during those times, did you hear Michael Barisone tell the police that he was...
Objection.
But, Mr. Belinkus, sustained.
Judge, again,
No, not again. It's the same ruling I had before. It's hearsay.
It's not offered for the truth.
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right, so you were present when the police arrived,
Yes, sir.
and you saw the police talking to Michael Barisone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you present when Mary Haskins sent her child away?
Yes, sir, I was.
And was that emotional for her?
Yes, sir.
Do you know when that occurred, ma'am? What day after you arrived? You said you arrived on a Friday?
Sir, I haven't the faintest idea.
All right, but,
I'm sorry.
all right, but it was
would have
during the
been-
time from
Oh, yes.
the second to when the incident
It
happened.
would have been between when I got there on Friday, probably over that weekend, because I had intended just to come for the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And because things continued to get worse and worse and more tense, and Michael asked me to stay.
All right,
And so I stayed. But this is a young child
all right,
who did not need to be in that environment, in that situation at all.
all right.
And so MH made arrangements for him to leave and to go to her mother.
All right, very good, thank you.
Now, were you present when the town officials came to the property and kicked everyone out of the stable area.
Yes, sir, I was.
And from that point on, was Michael Barisone sleeping outside on the porch on a mattress?
Yes, sir.
Now, was there ever a time while you were there where you were with Michael Barisone and you saw Lauren Kanarek at night in the woods flashing a flashlight on and off?
I was there when Michael and I were on the front porch and saw someone out in the field with a flashlight, putting it on and off and on and off. Whether it was her or not, I cannot tell you.
Did you ever see Lauren Kanarek and Rob Goodwin come to the stable area and after hours and turn all the lights on and start playing the music loudly?
Yes, sir, I absolutely did. That was why I was asked by Michael to spend the nights in front of our horse, Don Devone. We called him affectionately DD, because she and he would come at odd hours during the night and do exactly as you said. Turn all the lights on in the stable, turn on the music, which for the horses, they should have quiet and peace at night and not be disturbed because they are very busy during the day. And that was the routine that was asked to be done at the stables, is after 8 o'clock that there be nobody up there in the stables.
And is it safe to say, based on your observations, that Lauren Kanarek refused to abide by those rules?
Absolutely, sir, she did.
Now, let's talk about this horse, Dee Dee. You indicated that Michael was concerned for the safety of that horse on direct, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you also concerned?
Yes, sir, I was concerned as well.
How much is Dee Dee worth? Approximately.
Are you asking me how much he was worth then or how much he might be worth now?
I would assume then.
What, now?
Then.
Then, yes, not now, just then at the
Yeah.
time.
I would have said he was worth 200.
Excuse me.
I would have said he was worth probably around $200,000.
With the potential to be worth a lot more, correct?
Yes, sir, and that's why I asked the question, do you want me to tell you something now?
Now, this conversation that you've testified to with regards to the gun, that was in front of Dee Dee's stall, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, isn't Lauren Kanarek's locker right nearby there?
I couldn't tell you, sir. I have no idea about that. I don't know where her locker was.
Did you receive any information with regards to the possible recording of private conversations in the stable area?
All right, don't answer that question. I think it calls for a hearsay answer, doesn't it, Mr. Belinkis?
Judge, I'll
Unless
rephrase.
she has personal knowledge herself somehow, but other than that, it would be a hearsay answer.
Were you concerned about your private conversations being recorded at any time while you were there?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea where any recordings were placed in the stable area?
No, sir, I do not.
Now, this conversation with regards to your gun, it was in your vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at the time of that conversation, would you agree with me that things were going crazy at the stable or on the property?
Yes.
Did Michael Barisone ever discuss with you a concern of people going into your truck?
Judge, I'm going to object.
Yeah, Mr. Palinkas, those are all hearsay answers. They're all objectionable.
Judge, could I be heard?
All right, my ruling stands, Mr. Palinkas.
That conversation with regards to the gun occurred right in front of DD's stall, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated that you were sleeping there.
Yes, sir.
Was that a common thing for you to do when you visited the farm?
Sleep in front of my horse's stable?
Yeah.
No, sir, that was not common. I was asked to do that by Michael because of his concern for the horse.
On any previous occasion that you have come to the farm, had you ever slept in front of your horse's stall?
No, sir.
Now, with regards to that horse, was there an incident with you and Lauren Kanarek regarding the feeding of that horse?
Yes, sir.
During this time, did Lauren
Judge,
Kanarek...
I'm not sure what the relevance of this line of questioning is.
All right, sorry for that delay, ladies and gentlemen. There are a number of legal issues that come up during testimony, as you have seen, that have to be resolved outside of your presence. Again, I'll try to keep them at a minimum, but it is important to get that decision right. All right, the objection's overruled. You can ask the question, Mr. Belenkas.
Dr. Cox, you indicated that Lauren Kanarek was coming to the stable after hours, correct?
Yes, sir?
And that was against the rules, so to speak, correct?
Yes, sir?
And on one of those occasions, when all this stuff is going on, did she attempt to feed your animal?
Yes, sir?
Was that after you told her not to feed your animal?
Yes, sir. It was after she had fed him, and I asked her to please do not feed him. And she did it again. She was feeding him some sugar, lumps of sugar.
And were you concerned, in light of everything that was going on, her feeding your horse?
Yes, sir. I was very concerned.
And was she videotaping this? Or were you trying to videotape this?
Yes, I did videotape it.
And why did you videotape it?
Because of my concern for the horse and what was going on with the horse.
Did you communicate that to Mr. Barisone?
Did I tell him that this had happened?
Yes.
Yes, sir, I did.
When did that happen?
When did I tell him that?
Yes, if you recall.
It would have been the next time that I saw him.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you did hear some testimony regarding some alleged conduct of Ms. Kanarek. That conduct was admitted only for a limited purpose. It's not bad character evidence against Ms. Kanarek. That's not the purpose of the testimony. The relevance of the testimony is only whether Mr. Barisone learned about it and whether or not it affected his state of mind in any way. All right, that's the only purpose the court allowed that testimony in court today. It's not meant to be testimony or evidence about the bad character of Ms. Kanarek. All right, very good. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Belenkas.
Now, you testified on direct with regards to a meeting with an attorney that you were present at, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I don't want you to say what was discussed, but as a result of that, we're, strike that. After that meeting with the attorney, did Lauren Kanarek come to the stable area later that day?
I do not know how to answer that question because there were several meetings with his attorney.
Okay.
So you'd have to, I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know what day you're
Okay,
talking
let me
about.
rephrase it.
Okay.
This sport is a dangerous sport, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And it's common for people to sign releases in case they're injured.
Okay, I know what day you're talking about now, if that's what you're talking about.
Okay. So you had a lawyer with a meeting, you had a meeting with the lawyer
Yes.
on that day, correct?
Yes?
And did Lauren Kanarek come to the stables later that day?
Yes, sir, she did.
And was there a discussion with regards to her signing a release?
Yes, sir,
And was Rob Goodwin there?
he was.
And they basically refused, correct?
Yes, sir.
Michael Barisone was there, correct?
Yes, sir. I was
And
standing
was-
beside him.
Was Michael Barisone calm when he was talking to them?
Absolutely.
And can you describe how Robert Goodwin was.
He was a bit excitable about that. You want me to continue to
Yes.
explain that? He obviously did not like the situation. He made some threatening remarks to Michael. He also threatened me.
Robert Goodwin threatened you?
Yes, sir.
What did he say to you?
He had already made some.
Judge, I'm going to object. It's hearsay.
It's a threat
Well,
that was made to Barisone.
Well, you didn't ask about that.
She just said that.
No, but you didn't, your follow-up question was not about that. Right? That's why it's objectionable. With all due respect to Dr. Cox, her state of mind is not an issue in this case. Mr. Barisone's is. So if you want to rephrase and ask about any threat that was made to Mr. Barisone, that may be permissible.
Understood, Judge. Dr. Cox, did Robert Goodwin threaten Michael Barisone on that day?
Yes.
What specifically did he tell him?
I do not remember the specific words, but it was around, he was not going to let Michael determine what was going on with him and his girlfriend's horses.
Dr. Cox, I'm going to show you a copy of your statement in a second.
She answered the question.
I'm going to show her her transcript and ask her if it refreshes her recollection as to the exact words.
She didn't say she needed her memory refreshed. She just answered the question.
Judge, if I may, I'd like to give her the transcript, have her look at her statement. She says she doesn't remember the exact words. I want to show her a statement, ask her if it refreshes her recollection with regards to the exact words.
I'll allow it, with regard to the exact words. What's the exhibit number?
It appears to be 500-5A.
Dr. Cox, I'm going to show you 500-5A. Do you remember giving a statement on August 7th to the Morris County Prosecutor's Office?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you please turn to page 31,
Okay.
lines 3 through
Okay.
5? And ask you if that refreshes your recollection with regards to what the exact words concerning the threat to Michael was.
Just read it to yourself, Doctor.
I have read it, sir.
Does that refresh your recollection as to
That's exactly it, sir.
what is exactly it?
You want me to read what this says?
I want you to testify to what the exact threat was to Michael Barisone, if that refreshed your recollection.
Okay. You
Judge,
know,
I don't think she should read it. If she's saying that her recollection has been refreshed to the exact words, then she can do it from memory. That was the whole point of this exercise.
Does that refresh your memory without reading it? It's to refresh your memory, Dr. Cox, that transcript.
yes, it refreshes my memory.
All right, now just testify, if you can, without reading specifically what's in your prior statement.
Okay. He said, he said to Michael, with you doing the kind of stuff that you're doing, he said,
So the record is clear, Judge. The witness is reading from the transcript.
All right.
It hasn't been removed from the phone.
I understand. I'll allow it in this one instance.
he said, I will take you down.
Take that from the doctor. Thank you. Now, you were present when the town came and kicked everyone out of the stable, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
Now, were you asked to go to the farmhouse at any point?
Yes, sir, I was.
And why were you asked to go to the farmhouse as opposed to Michael?
Well, hold on a sec.
Just yes or no, Judge?
No,
I'm asking.
but still, we don't know anything about who told her that, or why she was told. It calls for a hearsay answer.
I'll rephrase it. On the day the town came, did you go to the farmhouse?
With somebody, yes.
And did you go inside?
Yes, sir.
And were you attacked by Kanarek's dog?
Yes, sir.
What's the relevance of that?
The dog attacked Michael Barisone.
Oh, I haven't heard that. Wait a second. First of all, I haven't heard that yet. While it may have some relevance to the defendant, what is the relevance to the dog unfortunately biting Dr. Cox or attacking the doctor? There's no relevance to that here.
The police officer, Judge, testified that the dog is...
But Mr. Belinkus, you're missing the point. I don't see how that is remotely relevant.
Judge, I'll move on. Now, when you gave Michael Barisone that gun, isn't it a fact that both magazines had bullets in them?
Not to my knowledge, that's not a fact.
If I can approach again, Judge, I'm going to show you, again, your transcript, D-505A, which was a statement you gave the day of the incident. Can you turn to page 23? Line 25. Can you read that to yourself and tell me whether it refreshes your recollection as to whether or not there were bullets in the magazines, plural?
Yes, it does. It refreshes my memory.
Were there bullets in the magazine?
I'm hesitant with how to answer that question if you're asking me if both magazines were full of bullets. Is that what you're asking me?
You don't recall one way or the other, do you?
No, sir, I don't.
But would you agree with me that on the 7th, you indicated that they were, correct?
On the 7th, what my answer would be, that I know that one, am I answering this
Yeah.
all right? Okay.
Go ahead.
You looked at me, I thought maybe I should be
No, I'm
quiet.
just,
Okay.
no. I would tell you if I wanted you to be quiet,
You will tell me, okay, well, I
yes.
just didn't want to do anything wrong here. So I would tell you that my recall is that one magazine was full, the other magazine probably had several bullets in it. I cannot tell you that both magazines were full of bullets, and that has been my hesitancy to answer your question. I don't know if I've made it worse or better in what I've said.
Okay, but based on what you say, would you agree with me, you're not 100% sure as to how many bullets were in each magazine?
That is an absolute correct statement, sir.
Maybe a first for me.
Okay, well, I'm glad I was part of it. Okay,
Now, you just have a moment, Judge.
Yep.
Could be done. On the day of the incident, were you asked to stand guard and watch things prior to DCPP Dyfus coming?
Ask me that question again?
Were you asked to come and stand guard or watch over things before Dyfus came?
Who is that?
That's the Child Protective Service.
No, sir, I was not asked that.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, Dr. Cox, you all finished?
I'm
Thank
finished
you.
and I may go?
You may go.
I'm excused.
Yes, you are. Thank you. Please don't discuss the case with anyone, though.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Very good.
Thank you so very
All
much.
right, nice seeing you again.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Judge, the state calls Vanessa Medrano-Cortez.
Yes, hi, ma'am. Good morning. Just, if you can remain standing. for
Oh,
one
sorry.
moment.
Okay.
I need you to be sworn, so place your left, you can put your jacket down on the chair for a moment. Thank you. Left hand on the Bible. Please raise your right hand and listen to my court clerk who will administer the oath.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Vanessa Medrano-Cortez, Medrano-Cortez.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You may have a seat.
Thank you.
Please keep your voice up nice and loud
Okay.
in response to questions. If you don't understand the question, it's okay to indicate that you don't understand. I'll have counsel rephrase the question to something that you do understand.
Okay.
All right, very good. Mr. Schoenhorn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Medrano-Cortez.
Good morning.
Can you please reintroduce yourself to the jury and tell them how old you are?
Yes, I am Vanessa Medrano-Cortez, and I'm currently 29 years old.
Where do you work?
For the Division of Child Protection and Permanency,
Approximately how long have you worked for that agency?
for about 6 years and a half.
Can you tell the jury briefly what the responsibilities of the division are?
So I am in an intake role, and in the intake unit where we receive reports of child abuse or neglect.
And were you in that same position in August of 2019?
Yes.
What are your general day-to-day responsibilities as a member of the intake unit?
So I receive reports with allegations of abuse or neglect, and my job is to respond to the house address that is on the report to investigate if there is actual abuse or neglect to a child.
Were you in the same or substantially the same role in August of 2019?
Yes.
How are some of the ways that the division can be notified or referred of a case like you just talked about?
An individual could call the SCR, which is the State Central Registry, and report concerns or an incident of abuse or neglect to a child.
Are there other entities that are mandatory reporting agencies or mandatory reporters?
Yes, it could be police departments, teachers, medical staff, anybody.
As a caseworker, how are you assigned your cases?
We go based on a rotation list of about 15 people, and whoever's next receives the next case.
What determines the response time for when you would respond to investigate?
So there are two types of referrals. One is a child protective services referral. The other one is child welfare assessment. The child protective services referral actually has allegations of abuse or neglect to be investigated. And with the child welfare services referral, we assess for services for the family in order to bring stability or any help they may need as well.
With respect to a child protective services for abuse or neglect, are there different categories of response time?
Yes, there is a 24-hour response and also an immediate response.
In your experience, does the referral typically include an alleged perpetrator?
On the child protective services referral, yes.
And what is an alleged perpetrator?
Someone who is being accused of the act, whether it is abuse or neglect towards a child.
When you're assigned a case, can you tell the jury what the steps you take are to begin your investigation?
Yes, so I call the reporter to find out more information about the allegations of abuse or neglect, and then I proceed to the home unannounced and interview everyone privately.
Do you review the screening summary?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what the screening summary is?
The screening summary is a report where it gives the details of the incident that happened with concerns of abuse or neglect.
Now, you indicated that there are two types of referrals, abuse or neglect. What are some examples of abuse?
So with abuse, some examples could be emotional abuse, sexual abuse, physical abuse, among those.
And with respect to neglect, what are some examples of neglect?
With neglect, it could be substance abuse, inadequate supervision, not enough food in the home, things such as that.
Now, do you recall being assigned a referral on Tuesday, August 6th regarding the address of 411 West Mill Road in Washington Township?
Yes.
Do you know why you were assigned that referral?
I was next on rotation, and it was a child protective services referral with allegations of neglect.
And I'll ask you some questions about the referral. Do you recall who the alleged perpetrator was?
Yes, Mary Gorganis.
Do you recall whether it involved child abuse or neglect?
It involved.
Objection, Judge. I'm not going to be able to get into the specifics.
All right, objections overruled with my limiting instructions. Go ahead, Mr. Shellhorn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Medrano-Cortez, I was asking you some questions about the general nature of the referral. And I think you were indicating that that referral involved complaint of neglect?
Yes,
And was the response time there listed for 24 hours?
yes,
Are you aware that the reporter of that was Safe Sport?
yes.
Now, based on the information that you learned from reviewing the referral and the screening summary, what was your response plan?
I went out and announced to the home and took a state vehicle with me. And my plan was to interview everyone privately.
Did you also know the name from the referral of Michael Barisone?
Yes, he was listed as a household member.
Do you recall if an individual named Lord Kanarek was listed at all in that report?
I don't recall.
Now, on August 7, 2019, did you arrive to 411 West Mill in the minivan?
Yes,
And you recall whether you were by yourself or with anyone else?
I was by myself.
Were you made aware of any safety concerns?
No,
If you were, would that have changed your response?
yes,
Were you there looking specifically for Michael Barisone?
no.
When you arrived at the address, do you remember approximately or the general area where you went on the property?
I went towards the barn, all the way down the driveway, I will call it, and parked on the left side of the barn. It's in the front.
Now, I'm gonna, Judge, if I could have permission to show 3 exhibits that are already in evidence, 301, 302, and 312.
Yes. They may be shown to the witness up on the screen.
Ms. Medrano-Cortez, approximately what time of day was it when you arrived to the
It was in
property?
the afternoon, maybe 1:30.
So I recognize that S312 is a picture in the dark, but aside from that, what do you recognize S312 to be?
The barn, the main entrance of the barn.
And is that the same barn that you recall going on August 7, 2019?
Yes,
When you arrived to the property and you were in this area, did you park in the parking lot?
yes,
Do you see the area where you parked on this picture?
yes, on the left side by the black car.
When you got, did you get out of your car?
No, I parked and a male came towards me. I didn't know it was Michael Barisone then, but I left the van and that's when he introduced himself.
Did you tell him who you were?
Yes,
And what else did you tell him?
very vaguely that I had a referral from Child Protective Services.
Did you get into any specifics about the referral?
No,
Why not?
because I discussed the details of the referral individually and privately.
And is that your common practice and your habit?
Yes,
When you told him who you were and where you were there from, what did you do next?
he called Miss Garganis. She came outside of the door and she allowed me to go inside the office of the barn.
Do you recall did you go in that door that we see on S312?
Yes,
And do you recall which direction you went when you went inside the door?
towards the left.
And I'm going to show you a picture that's entered into evidence as S301. What do you recognize S301 to be?
The office.
And does that appear to be the same or substantially the same condition that the office was in when you met with Ms. Gerganis?
Mostly, yes, except the chair positions.
And just so the record is clear, are you aware of whether Ms. Gerganis had another last name or went by another last name at times?
I wasn't aware when I arrived, no.
And are you aware now that she also has the last name of Gray?
Yes,
Now, S301 is a picture of the office that you indicated that you met with, and I'll call her Miss Gray, because that's how we've been referring to her, so I apologize if that's somewhat confusing. That's the office that you met with Miss Gray in?
yes,
And when you met with her in that office, was anyone else present with you?
no.
Was the door open or closed?
The door was closed.
And do you recall if you were sitting, standing, or something else?
I was sitting.
How about Miss Gray?
Miss Gray was sitting towards the window.
Now, just without getting into any of the details now, did you tell her any more specific details about why you were there?
Yes, I discussed the details of the report with her
Do you remember approximately how long you spoke with her?
for about 30 minutes.
During the course of time that you were meeting with Miss Gray in this office with the door closed, did anyone interrupt you?
Yes, Mr. Barisone came to the office about 3 times.
What did you tell him the first time that he interrupted you?
That I needed to speak with her privately first.
What did you tell him the second time that he interrupted?
Judge, hearsay.
How is it hearsay?
What she told Michael Barisone?
It's not hearsay.
I'll withdraw my objection.
I told him that, I'm sorry,
I'll ask you a question again.
yes,
So my question was, what did you tell him the second time that he interrupted you?
he asked me if we were almost done, and I said that we weren't done yet, a couple more minutes.
On the third time that he interrupted you, did he say anything to you and Ms. Gray?
He said that he needed the office. I had told him that I was almost done with releases. The person always needs to sign releases. So yeah, he said he needed the office.
And after he told you and Ms. Gray that he needed the office, did you stay there or leave?
We moved to the next room. We left.
Had you ever met Mr. Barisone before that day?
No.
Do you recall what his appearance or demeanor was?
He appeared to be confused, somewhat upset.
Did you see him running around at all?
No, I was in the office at all times.
When you were in the room or had any interaction with him, did you hear him yelling?
No.
Do you recall whether there was a safe inside of that office?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked and entered into evidence as S302. Do you see the safe in this picture?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury where it is?
On the right side of the picture of the wall.
Did you see whether or not anyone went into that safe?
Ms. Gray retrieved documents from the safe to show me.
And do you recall who opened the safe?
No.
Directing your attention back to the third time that the defendant interrupted you and Ms. Gray, do you recall anything specific about what he did when he interrupted on that third occasion?
As we were leaving the office, he grabbed her arm and kissed her.
He grabbed Ms. Gray's arm and kissed her.
Yes, kissed her on the cheek as I was in the middle of both of them.
Did you see the defendant again?
No.
Were you still at the property of 411 West Mill Road when the police arrived?
Yes.
Do you have any personal or direct knowledge of what happened elsewhere on the property that day?
No.
Just two more questions, Ms. Medrano-Cortez. Based on what happened, was the case transferred to another caseworker?
Yes.
And did that caseworker complete any follow-up or investigation and prepare any reports?
Yes.
Judge, no further questions. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
No questions.
All right, you may step down, ma'am, thanks.
Thank you.
Judge, I know it's probably a little early for our morning break, but I do want to check and make sure the next witness is here, and I expect that that witness will certainly take us through the rest of the morning.
All right, This is a little, you want to break now?
If we could break now, then I think we could hopefully push through until lunchtime.
All right, we'll break now, 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, and then we'll work through until lunch with the next witness. Thank you. All right, we'll take 20 minutes.
with regards to her civil lawsuit, and were provided under those circumstances.
I don't intend to bring out the circumstances of why she had the photos taken, Judge, just that they do depict the injuries that she sustained. With respect to S-386, my understanding of that incision was that the bleeding was excessive inside her body, and it was, she was cut open to relieve the pressure. And with respect to S-385, that's the, again, the incision that then continues around to her back, where during the emergent operation, she was opened up in order for the doctors to perform surgery.
All right, I'm going to disallow the use of these photographs, 385, 386, 387. I don't think they're necessary in this case. 388 will be allowed. That shows a front view of Ms. Kanarek just above the left breast, which shows 2 entry wounds. I also understand we've had testimony about the gunshot wounds to the victim and the perforations, as well as the exit wounds to the back. And as I understand it, the treating physician or the doctor who performed the surgery will testify and can certainly testify about Ms. Kanarek's medical condition, the bullet wounds, the path of the wounds, the exit wounds, the need for the incision in the stomach, and all such medical-related information. These pictures are after the fact at some point. I don't know exactly when, and I'm not sure the incisions are necessary for any determination by the jury here. And there's no issue that Ms. Kanarek was shot in this case. So I don't think those are necessary for the state to meet their burden here. But certainly any testimony regarding the injuries is fine, and other photographs agreed to which show the entrance wounds can be admitted, but not those. 385, 386, 387.
Judge, then with that, I would ask that the court receive into evidence, and if we could just do this while we're on the topic of S-388, that could be received into evidence so I can
Yes.
show it to the witness, as well as,
And by the witness can certainly testify about her injuries.
yes.
So,
Thank you.
in addition, I'm not foreclosing that. It's just the photographs of the incisions I don't think are necessary, and
Judge, if I could also ask to admit into evidence at this point, S-335, S-342, S-343.
right, start over again. 388 is in.
What's the first one?
Right, what are the other ones?
S-335,
Mm-hmm.
S-342, S-343, S-345.
And those are photographs of the farmhouse,
Yes, Judge.
right? Outside, exterior,
Yes.
all right. Location of the shooting incident?
One of them is a photo of the front of the farmhouse,
Uh-huh.
but the others depict the exterior of the farmhouse in the area of the shooting.
Okay. Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right. Those are in evidence. All right, we ready for the jury? I bring the jury in, Ms. Radler. And Mr. Shellhorn, I know Mr. Kanarek was here, he's been told he,
Yes, Judge.
All right.
He's not here.
all right.
Judge, I just discussed with Mr. Belinkis 2 pages from the Facebook. The Facebook records, there's a stipulation to the authenticity of those.
Okay,
Those are marked as S400, 402, I apologize, S402. And then I had marked 2 pages as S402A and S402B that I may show the witness. I have shown those to Mr. Belinkis.
All right, the jurors are present, be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, during the break, we did have some legal discussions about a number of things, but focused on some photographs. So rather than do that in front of you, we did it outside of your presence for the next witness. So the court did admit the following photographs into evidence, and they'll be likely shown to the next witness. So it's State's Exhibit 335. That's a photograph. 342, 343, 345, and finally 388. So those have all been reviewed by counsel. They have agreed that those can be admitted into evidence, and the court has so admitted those photographs. So we're ready to proceed with the next witness. Mr. Shellhorn, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Lauren Kanarek.
All right, Lauren Kanarek. Ms. Kanarek, please remain standing. Place your left hand on the Bible if you would. Please raise your right hand. Thank you. Listen to my court clerk.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Lauren Shea Kanarek, last name spelled K-A, N is in Nancy, A-R-E-K.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Kanarek, you may have a seat. In response to questions, please keep your voice up nice and loud. That microphone does not amplify. It only records. So we have jurors seated in the first 2 rows of the gallery as well as in the jury box, so keep your voice up nice and loud. If you don't understand a question, just indicate you don't understand, and I'll have counsel rephrase. And if you hear during your testimony one of the attorneys object, please don't answer or stop answering until the court rules on the objection. All right, very good.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Shellhorn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Kanarek. Can you please introduce yourself again to the jury?
Yes, my name is Lauren Kanarek.
And that actually doesn't amplify at all, it just picks up,
Just
so
picks up.
you don't have to lean in, don't worry about that. How old are you?
I am 41.
Where do you currently live?
I currently live in Florida, Waxahachie, Florida.
Do you know Michael Barisone?
I do.
Do you see him in court today?
I do.
Can you identify him for the record by an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yes. He is wearing a white shirt and a yellowish tie.
All right. Identifying the defendant, Mr. Barisone, for the record.
Before we get to how you know the defendant, I want to ask you some questions about your background in the equestrian world. Can you tell the jury a little bit about what your equestrian background is, starting with what your current riding discipline is?
My current riding discipline is dressage,
Can you explain to the jury what dressage is?
as best as possible. Dressage literally transfers to training in French. But what essentially it is supposed to be is a harmonious partnership between horse and rider. In competition, it is to execute a series of movements that is judged on technicalities, and in training, you could just be riding your horse, trying to build a better partnership, so you have a good relationship with your horse, and things are just done harmoniously.
Have you ever ridden any other disciplines?
I have.
Can you tell the jury what that was?
I used to do show jumping, or jumping, and that's just basically riding around a course of jumps at different heights and at our high speeds to try to get it done quickly.
Do you recall when you switched from focusing on jumping to dressage?
Yes, sometime around 2015, I want to say, around that area.
What was the reason that you switched the discipline that you were focusing on?
I was just kind of a little bit bored. I'd been jumping since I was a very young teenager, and I just saw people riding in the discipline of dressage and thought, this looks more fun. Some people might see it as boring, but I thought, this looks fun, I want to try it, it's interesting, and that's what I did.
In general, what is the process that a rider would go through in terms of developing that harmonious relationship with the horse?
Well, you would hire hopefully a trainer to help you try to move those things along. You could spend a lot of time doing groundwork. Riding is the main thing. Riding's kind of a must there. But yes, I would say the combination of things you do on your own with your horse and things that you would do with a trainer to help you get better at what you're doing with your horse to make that relationship better.
And what specifically are the things that a trainer helps the rider or the horse develop during that process?
A variety of different skills. A trainer might help a horse develop a certain movement that you might show in a test that you're competing in. But yeah, that's basically what I would say.
Where do horses typically live?
In a stable, a barn, stall.
And is it common to train at the same facility where the horses are boarded?
Yes.
Does the same person typically coach the rider as well as the horses?
Yes.
Taking your attention back to 2018 and 2019, who was your trainer?
2008, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Taking you back to 2018 and 2019, who was your trainer?
Michael Barisone.
Did you pay him to train you?
Yes.
And did you pay him to board the horses?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately how much he was paid monthly in, let's call it the summer of 2019?
Approximately $5,000 a month.
Now, you said that you currently live in Waxahachie, Florida?
Yes,
Have you ever lived in New Jersey?
I have.
When was that?
I guess from the age of 4 until somewhere around 2000.
Have you ever lived in New Jersey after the year 2000, even on a seasonal basis?
Yeah.
When you came back to New Jersey, where would you live? Specifically in 2018 and 2019.
I would live on the premises of Hawthorne Hill Farm in a farmhouse.
Where is Hawthorne Hill Farm?
It is located in Long Valley, New Jersey.
Whose farm was that?
Michael Barisone's.
At times during the year, is it common for specifically dressage riders to train in different parts of the country?
Yes.
What's the reason for that?
Mainly the weather, but aside from that, you go to, I guess, when you're riding at the levels that you want to be riding at, they're higher levels, you go to Florida because that's kind of like the mecca of, I guess, dressage and jumping in the entire country. That's where everything is located. The top trainers, top clinics, events, things to go out and do. So that's where you go for the winter, or snowbird kind of. that's how that works.
Now, speaking of that, do you recall when you first met Michael Barisone?
Yes, I met him either at the very end of February or very beginning of March of 2018.
Do you recall where you met him?
Yes, I met him at his barn in Loxahatchee, Florida. Yes, that's where it was.
And what was the purpose for you being at his barn at that time period?
He was giving a clinic that month, so I attended it with my trainer that was training me at the time.
At the time when you went to that clinic, were you familiar with him by either name or reputation?
By name, as a clinician mostly.
And after meeting him and participating in that clinic, did you become involved in a professional relationship with him?
Yes.
What was the nature of that professional relationship you entered into in early 2018?
That he was basically the trainer of my horses, and while he was holding the clinic.
No, so you said that he would train your horses.
Yes.
Was there any other things that you agreed with him that he would do for you or that you would do for him?
Oh yeah. Well, he was during that clinic. He was saying to me, "I need to come to New Jersey and train there." So, and he was like, pushing this, and he seemed to be an excellent trainer. I thought that's probably a good idea.
Now, what are your aspirations within the dressage community?
Just to be the best rider that I can be and develop my horses to the top levels of the sport.
And is having a trainer important to that goal?
Extremely important to that goal.
During the course of time that you worked with the defendant, how would you say that your riding went?
Very well. I improved greatly in a short period of time. I was very satisfied.
Did you have the opportunity to train at the Florida farm as well as the New Jersey farm?
Yes, both.
Now, I'll point your attention again to 2018 and 2019 during the summer season when you, I think, indicated you were training at Hawthorne Hill in New Jersey.
Yes.
Where did you live when you were here in New Jersey training?
I lived for the first year in the farmhouse on the property on the main entrance floor.
And did you live in a different place during the second summer?
Yes.
Where was that?
That was in a different apartment within that same home, in the upstairs apartment of that same house. Just a different floor, different apartment.
Based on your recollection, then, the Hawthorne Hill farm had living accommodations for people as well as boarding accommodations for horses?
Correct.
Is that common for a rider to live at the same property where they're training?
Yeah, it happens. It's common.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your impressions or your recollections about what else was on the property?
You mean as far as, like, barns or?
Was there a stable, was there training
yeah.
arenas or
Yes.
facilities?
Yeah, okay, so there was the farmhouse where people lived, and then there's also like a very large barn with an arena, indoor arena, and there's also an outdoor arena, what we call a round pen for training, and also a clubhouse for like gatherings, just kind of hang out in between rides and things like that, like a little social area. So that was also on the property.
Is it fair to say that when you were on the property or when you had horses there, would you spend a good deal of time up at the barn or the clubhouse?
Yes, when I was up there riding, yeah, I would say that's fair to say.
Do you recall in specifically in that building, the area between the stables where the horses' stalls were and the clubhouse?
Yes.
What was in that area?
Lockers, specifically in between the clubhouse and where the stalls are.
Yes.
The row of lockers and I believe 2 tack rooms where you'd store saddles and larger pieces of equipment.
Did you have a locker in that area?
Yes, I did.
Judge, I'd like to show the witness one of the photos that's already been moved into evidence. This is S-329.
Very well. Can be displayed on the screen.
Ms. Kanarek, is that the hallway that you're talking about?
Yes.
That leads from the stables into the clubhouse?
Yes, it is.
What's through that door on the left there?
So through the store, you can kind of see them. They're saddles that are on racks, which is, yeah, that's mostly all a saddle rack row.
And to the right of the door hanging on the wall, what are all those things?
These are awards and medals, different medallions, and different things that you might win if, let's say, you've won a show or you've competed at a certain level. USDF or USCF, the federations which oversee our sport, might send them to you. Or you might win them at the show, at the very show itself.
Did you have any awards or medallions on that wall?
Not on this wall, but sort of right next to it at one point. Not at this, in this picture.
But as part of this collection of medallions?
Yes, yes.
Thanks, Alan. All right, I want to go back and ask you some questions about the living arrangements on the property. You indicated that the first summer you were there in 2018, that you were there and you lived on the first floor of the farmhouse?
Correct.
Can you describe for the jury what the general layout or makeup of the farmhouse was?
Sure. So the farmhouse had basically 3 floors. The main floor had a bedroom and like a kitchen, and of course bathroom. The basement had several bedrooms for staff to stay, and they had their own rooms, and everyone kind of lived together. And the upstairs apartment as well, where the assistant trainer lived. So there was altogether 3 living spaces, but one of which had several different bedrooms for like a group of people to stay, kind of like a sorority, a little bit house in a way.
Is that where the working students would live?
Yes.
Was the farmhouse, or were all these separate areas in the farmhouse interconnected?
By some method or another, yes. Like there was a way you could get to each floor, but they weren't just like completely closed off.
When you moved there in the summer of 2018, the first summer you lived there, on the first floor, did you live there with anyone?
Yes.
Who did you live there with?
I lived there with my boyfriend or fiance, my life partner, and my 2 dogs.
And what is his name?
Robert Goodwin.
Judge, I'd like to show the witness a exhibit S402B.
That's one we haven't discussed.
That's one we discussed right before the jury came in, Your Honor. There's a stipulation as to the authenticity of the records that these came from.
All right, very well. 402B it is?
Yes, sir.
All right, 402B.
Ms. Kanarek, do you have a Facebook account?
I do.
And how would you rate your Facebook activity? With what frequency do you use Facebook?
Quite a lot. At least at the time.
And I'm going to draw you. I'm going to draw your attention to a post from May 13th, 2018. And this has been marked as S402B. What is S402B a picture of?
Oh, my dog is in the picture.
Where is this picture taken?
This is taken in the main floor apartment.
Of the farmhouse?
of the farmhouse, yes.
And can you point out where the dog is in that picture?
Now I can. Wait, how do I?
Or you could just explain it to the jury.
Oh,
They
okay.
have it on the big screens.
So she is, if you see the chair that's kind of like tucked into the table, if you look back and to the left of that, there's like a dark figure sitting with like her head facing rightwards. That's the dog.
So that's through the doorway in the other room.
Yes, to go into the living room.
What's her name?
Rosie.
Do you know approximately how big Rosie is?
She's approximately 28 pounds, short.
Thanks. So you indicated that in the summer of 2018, you and Rob and your dogs were living on the first floor of the farmhouse?
Correct.
Working students were living downstairs,
Yes.
and the assistant trainer was living on the second floor?
Yeah, where's that? I guess depending on how you count the basement, but yes, the top floor. The
Top floor.
second or third, depending on how you
What
look at
is
it.
the assistant trainer's name?
Justin Harden.
Now, what were the circumstances of your coming to live in the farmhouse that summer of 2018?
The circumstances were that we were at the clinic in Florida. Michael basically had said, you know, come to New Jersey with me. I will help you develop these horses. You know, if you come, I have a place for you to stay. That will not be a problem. Just load your horses, come. We'll have accommodation for you to stay, and you don't have to rent anything outside the area of the barn. You'll love it. And I was sold immediately.
Did your living situation at the farm change between 2018 and when you came back there for the summer of 2019?
It did.
Where did you live in the summer of 2019?
In the summer of 2019, upon our return to New Jersey, we were living in that upstairs apartment instead of the main floor that we just saw a picture of a moment ago.
And just specifically from what you knew, when you came back to the farmhouse that summer of 2019, did you have a chance to see the condition of the rest of the farmhouse?
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Could you repeat that one time?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
When you came back to the farmhouse in 2019,
Yes.
that summer, did you have a chance to see the condition of the other levels of the farmhouse?
Yes.
And what did you see or what did you observe of those levels?
The levels that were below the level that we were staying in were pretty much like destroyed, like almost unlivable, pretty much destroyed from a pipe that had burst previously.
Now, during the summer of 2019, when you lived there and you were on the top floor, was any of the working students living in the bottom floor?
No.
Do you know where they were living?
They were all sent to go live in the barn somewhere.
Was anyone living at times on the first floor or the main floor of the farmhouse?
Yes, we returned Mary Haskins Gray and Michael Barisone were living in the main floor and the basement of that house.
And I don't think I've asked you yet, but who is Mary Haskins Gray?
Mary Haskins Gray is Michael Barisone's girlfriend.
Was she his girlfriend during the entire course of time that you knew the defendant?
Yes.
Did you know before you came back to New Jersey in 2019 that you would be living on the top floor of the farmhouse?
I'm sorry, I wasn't sure about the dates there. Could you just repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Did you know before you came back to New Jersey in 2019 that you would be living on a different floor of the farmhouse, on the
Yes,
top floor?
I did.
What was the circumstances of you going to live on the second floor?
The circumstances were that the house was unlivable, and that there was really only one place that was livable, and that would be the upstairs apartment, although that was the assistant trainer's apartment. So we ended up working out some situation where it ended up being that we were able to live on the top floor, and Michael said he'd work everything else out, so we just went with that.
And just so the record is clear, when you say we were able to work that out, who do you mean you worked that out with?
Myself and Michael Barisone.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about the boarding and training arrangements that you had with your horses.
Yeah.
How many horses did you own in 2019?
In 2019, I owned 6 horses at that time.
And what are the reasons that you own 6 horses?
I like horses, but also I feel it's important, and Michael would always, say this is important as a trainer, to keep horses on the same levels, some of them. So if you're competing, you can, let's say, if you make a team or get selected to go to regionals as a pair, your horse goes lame. You then have the option to ride and get those scores with another horse that's at the same level. So it's important to keep some horses at the same levels doing the same things. But it's also important to have horses at a different level to learn how to bring them up the levels on your own to build that harmony I was talking about earlier.
Were all of your horses at the defendant's farm when you were there in summer of 2019?
No.
Did you have horses at other farms?
Yes.
Do you recall how many horses you had at the farm in 2019?
At
Mr.
Barisone's.
Barisone's farm.
So it was different amounts at different times in 2019. I had 4 horses, one of which I purchased from him, and I had 4 on his premises at that time.
Judge, can we have a more specific time frame? I believe it changed at different times.
Judge, I'm sure that's something that Mr. Belinkis is free to clear up on cross-examination if he thinks it's important.
Well, you can do that, Mr. Belinkus.
Now, you talked about the importance of having a trainer to train with the rider and the horse. What is the breakdown? What's the responsibility of the rider versus the trainer during the course of that training?
It changes. I would say it's the responsibility of the rider because you're the one who needs to get the job done at the end of the day. But the trainer, the more experienced the trainer is, should be on the ground and should be somebody that can spot a mistake immediately and try to help you fix it. And if you are unable to fix it, a trainer will usually get on the horse and see what is he or she feeling that you're not able to figure out on your own. And they might have different ways of fixing the problem before you get on and try to do it yourself again.
And specifically with respect to your training with Michael Barisone, did you have the opportunity to work with him training on occasion?
Yes.
And I think you said that you became a better rider with him as your coach and trainer.
Definitely.
Now, you indicated that Justin Harden was an assistant trainer.
Correct.
What were your impressions or observations of his general responsibilities at the farms?
My observations were that he would sometimes assist in training, and also basically, I guess, delegate responsibilities to what he would consider to be, the less senior members of the staff or whatever, or however you might phrase that, for lack of a better phrase.
Now, at times during the course of when you first became associated with Michael Barisone in early March or early 2018,
Yes.
through into 2019, were you coached at times by Michael Barisone and Justin Harden?
Yes.
Were there any times where you were coached or trained by Mary Haskins-Gray?
During that time specifically, or the whole time?
During the entire time?
Yes, there were.
And how did you feel about that?
I wasn't very excited about that.
Can you explain why?
To me, I did not feel she had the experience, the training, or any of the things that a higher level trainer would possess. Or it could just be that you know, you don't mesh with the person. But to me, I didn't feel she had the experience.
Did she play any role in your decision to switch your trainer in 2018 and go train with Michael Barisone?
I'm
In other
sorry.
words, did you go train with Michael Barisone because of Mary Haskins Gray?
No,
Why did you go train with Michael Barisone?
because he was a trainer with more experience, and he basically was the person that had been there and done that. So there'd never be like any issue of, you know, like competition. Someone who's already been to the highest places, they're trying to help you get better.
Now, did you compete in any competitions or attend any horse shows during the period of time that you were associated with Michael Barisone's business?
Yes,
What is his business considered in the dressage industry?
training business.
What kind of a barn is it?
It's a dressage barn.
I guess, is there any significance when you would register for a show or a competition to registering associated with a certain barn?
I mean, yes, there's always that significance. Depending on, you know, judges might, you know, favor, have a preference towards a certain coach, or think that, you know, they're more of a prestigious barn, so you're getting a better education, they might be paying closer attention to what you're doing. But I believe there's definitely a significance to who you're training with.
When you would compete in a competition or a horse show, were those competitions or horse shows held at Michael Barisone's farm?
No.
Where would it be fair to say they would be held at other locations?
Yes.
How would you get there with your horses?
They would be trailered, in a trailer.
And who did that?
Either Michael himself or Justin Harden.
Is that something that costs money?
Yes, if you're getting it done privately.
And was that included in the price that you were paying to Michael Barisone during the time you were there?
Yes.
Now, between living at Michael Barisone's farm, at times in the same house, as well as being coached and trained by him, did you make any observations of his personality?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what your observations were?
My observations were that, you know, there's times where he was hilariously funny and charming and nice. And then there were days where you would just see him and he just looked angry, and you just knew that day you did not want to approach him. You might even see him, like, you know, screaming at a staff member, and even though maybe it hadn't happened to you yourself yet, you just knew, don't go near him, just keep your distance.
You said that he was hilarious or funny, something to that nature. What was the nature of his sense of humor?
He would just tell funny jokes, and you know, I can't think of a specific example at the time. Sometimes the jokes he would tell were not funny and offensive, to be honest. But at least, I mean, I guess he thought they were funny.
Now, at any point during the course of time that you were dealing with him professionally, did your relationship change?
Yes,
And would you say that it got better or worse?
worse.
What was the worst thing Michael Barisone ever did to you?
Tried to violently murder me on August 7th of 2019.
Now, before I ask you some questions about that, let me ask you, do you own any guns?
I do.
How many guns do you own?
I own one gun.
And did you ever have that on either of Michael Barisone's farms?
Never.
Where did you keep that handgun or
At
gun?
my home in North Carolina.
And what type of a gun was that?
It is a Walters 9mm PPX.
Do you remember approximately when you bought that?
Somewhere between 2015 and 2016, I want to say.
And can you describe for the jury generally the process that you had to go through for applying and purchasing that gun?
Yes. So once you choose the gun that you want to buy, you then have to get a permit. And so they do a background check, and then you're required to go to the sheriff's office. Like, they send you, like, I guess, a message of what you need to do. and you follow those instructions, and in one of those instructions is come to the sheriff's office, and they'll ask you questions, and if you need to provide anything, you provide it, and then give you a permit, and then you have your permit to actually go and pick up the gun that you've decided upon.
And are you describing that process as the same process you went through?
Yes,
That was North Carolina, right?
yes,
Have you ever used any drugs in the past?
yes.
What drugs?
I've used pills. At one point, I made a terrible decision to use heroin. That was mostly it. Oh, pot, probably.
And what, when you say pills, what got you started using drugs?
An injury, and I don't exactly remember what it was. I was doing a lot of sports at the time, somewhere in my like early 20s, and I guess I went to a doctor and he prescribed me some pain medicine that I had no idea really what it was. I just started taking it, and I became addicted to those painkillers, and had on and off addiction issues with painkillers since then, although I had clean time after that, on and off too.
Are you sober now?
Yes,
Did you ever use any illegal drugs at the time that you were living on Michael's Barisone's farm in the summer of 2018?
no,
How about the summer of 2019?
no,
Do you take any medication to help you maintain your sobriety?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
One major drug that I take is called Suboxone, and I take that drug to pretty much ensure that I maintain sobriety.
Does it help you?
Yes, it helps me tremendously.
Do you see a psychiatrist or an addiction specialist?
I do.
No, I think I asked you this question before, but I asked you specifically about Facebook.
Mhm.
And I think you said that you're very active on Facebook.
Yeah, at the time.
Do you ever, or did you ever, let me take you back more specifically, to the summer of 2019.
Okay.
Would you ever be involved then or before playing any sorts of games online or through mobile devices?
Yeah. A few. Not so many, but there were definitely a few.
What were some of your favorite games to play in that way?
Chess with friends, definitely number one for me, probably. And then I had a small bout with Farmville for a little while. But I would say of all of the games, chess with friends probably number one.
And what is your favorite thing about playing chess?
I think it heightens intelligence and makes you think of things in different ways. And mostly it was just a challenge for my mind. I enjoyed playing it and enjoyed having, like anonymous people to play with or friends. And it was just, that's something to do to heighten your intelligence and have fun at the same time.
Now, I had asked you questions a couple of minutes ago about the day in August when the defendant shot you in the chest.
Yeah,
I think you indicated that you remember that that was August 7th, 2019.
yeah.
Where were you when the defendant shot you?
I was on the porch on a, like a love seat that was on the porch that I would often lay on to read or sometimes watch a movie on my tablet. And I would just lay on the couch outside, it's nice weather. So I was on the porch right there on my love seat.
And this happened at the farmhouse?
Yes,
And were you still on the porch when he shot you?
no,
I'll ask you some questions about that more specifically in a few minutes.
okay.
You said a few minutes ago about how obviously the relationship that you had with Michael Barisone had gotten worse.
Yes,
Let me ask you some questions about what was going on between you and Michael Barisone.
okay.
Were you having any issues during the summer of 2019 related to your coaching or who was coaching you?
Yes,
Can you explain that to the jury?
yes. So, there was a time where Justin Harden had sort of become my main trainer, in a way. And I was not happy with that because I was paying a lot of money for the training specifically of Michael Barisone. And, you know, not to sound indelicate, but I didn't feel like I was paying all this money to be at the, Justin Harden Academy of Dressage. I was specifically there for a specific trainer. There were other issues as well. He had a drinking problem, which I had brought to Michael's attention, and I guess that's pretty much what had happened.
And I guess in general, is it fair to say, with respect to who was coaching you or how you were being coached, were you vocal about that to Michael Barisone?
Yes.
How did it make you feel that Justin, for example, was your primary trainer and it was no longer Michael Barisone?
Just like tossed to the side, and that I was just there to pay money and board my horses and nothing more. Sometimes it seemed like it mattered and he was interested in, our progression. Other times it was just, Justin, take this kind of thing.
During the summer of 2019, when you were at the farm in New Jersey, did things change in terms of the times that you were allowed to be at the barn or the times you were allowed to be around the horses?
Can you just repeat that one more time?
That was a
Mr.
compound question. So during that summer of 2019,
Yes.
at some point did things change about when you could be at the barn or when you could be around the horses?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes, so we had agreed in 2019 that we would do night check on our horses, which is checking to make sure that they're basically tucked in for the night. They have what they need. And we had agreed that we would be up there, do it, everything we needed to do, and try to be out of there by as close to 9:15 as possible and just be done, so that we would honestly go to bed. But everything, we wanted to have them settled for the night by that time anyway. So we kind of came up with that agreement, and that's how it was settled.
During the summer of 2019, did you bring another horse or a new horse to the barn?
Yes, Michael had pretty much insisted that this horse come to his farm, and I took her out of the rehab that she was in to bring her there. So sometime in, I believe it was early June, possibly late May, that horse did come to his farm at that time.
Did that horse specifically have any health issues?
Yes, that's why she was in rehab. She has a condition called chronic cellulitis, which is where a limb or several limbs, but usually just one, just blows up, full of edema and liquid, and it could range from mild to potentially fatal.
Did you have any responsibility as the owner of the horse for taking care of that?
Yes, I always have responsibility if it's my horse.
And if I didn't ask you this earlier, is it fair to say that Rob would help you at times with certain things related to care
Oh,
for the
yes.
horses?
Almost always.
So specifically in terms of this horse that had the condition, what did you have to do in terms of providing care to the horse on a daily basis?
Oh, lots of things. Starting with evaluating how she was looking, how she was eating, taking her temperature, but most of all, applying these things that we call standing wraps, which are a combination of like a white wrap made of cotton, which you then cover with another wrap made of sometimes like polyester that you wrap that over to keep the swelling down. So basically a compression sock with just a few extra details in between.
And how frequently would you have to do that or change it?
Pretty much every 12 hours, like 12 hours on, 12 hours off, or you risk other secondary injuries happening, like a tendon bug.
So does that mean you were typically doing it about twice a day?
Yes.
When would you typically, at what times of day would you typically try to do that 12-hour change?
I would try to get the wraps on around 9:15 and take them off sometime around the same time in the morning. I figured 9:15 is a good time, so I don't have to get up extremely early to remove them, or in the reverse, put them on and then take them off at those reverse times.
During the summer of 2019, you sort of alluded to this before, but did you
Yeah.
have any issues going on between you and Mary Haskins Gray?
Yeah,
And without getting necessarily into specifics, can you tell us generally about that?
she was just always condescending, and she was doing strange things like stealing my gloves out of my locker. At least that's what I thought. There was an incident where she put, I had a bridle that I was using for my ride, and before I went to go put the bridle on that horse, I turned around and she took it off my locker, kind of like the handle of my locker, and walked away with it saying, "This isn't hers, she can't use this," and just walked away with it. And there were other minor little things that happened as well.
I guess, do you do things the same way that Mary Haskins Gray does them?
No,
Does she do things the same way you do them?
no,
Do you do things the same way that Michael Barisone does them?
no,
Did you ever see him do things exactly the same way you do them?
no, not that I remember.
Did you ever feel like
Mr.
you were...
Shellhorn, are you talking about in taking care of horses, or generally? It's rather a broad question.
It's intended to be, Judge. I think it was, I can clarify that, though. Ms. Kanarek, would you say that you were treated differently if you acted differently from Mary Haskins with respect to your behavior?
Yes, I was treated differently.
Would you say that you were treated differently if you acted differently than Mary Haskins with respect to your demeanor at the barn?
100%.
Would you say you were treated differently if you acted differently with respect to riding a horse?
Yes,
With respect to the way you dressed,
yes,
the way you use social media?
yes,
Could I keep going?
yes, I mean, you could.
How did that make you feel when you were treated that way in response to the way you were acting?
Bad, honestly. Just, I felt I was being treated unfairly, and I didn't really understand why, but that's the way that I felt about it.
Now, at some point, would you say that this started to happen, or you started to feel this way on more of a day-to-day or a more regular basis?
Yes, it progressed. Sometimes more quickly and sometimes less quickly, but there was definitely a steady progression.
Do you remember approximately when that was in the summer of 2019?
Trying to think. I would say sometime in the area of mid-July, maybe? Early to mid-July is probably when it started, or when I noticed that things were really starting.
That's when you started to notice it?
Yeah,
Did you ever make any direct threats of violence against Michael Barisone?
never,
Did you ever make any threats of violence against Michael Barisone using Facebook?
never,
Did you ever make any threats of violence against Mary Haskins on Facebook?
never.
Did you ever write things on Facebook, for example, that you knew would be or could be unflattering to them?
Yeah,
Now, you mentioned in July of 2019, or the summer of 2019, I'm sorry, that you were living on the top floor of the farmhouse?
yes,
And Michael Barisone and Mary Haskins were living on the main floor?
correct.
At any point, would anyone else be there at times living in the same living area with Michael Barisone and Mary Haskins?
Yes, Mary Haskins had 2 children, whom I believe were 12 at the time, and they would pretty much occupy the basement.
Did you ever have any observations during the time that you knew the defendant or knew Mary Haskins and her children to see the defendant interacting with the children?
I did.
Now and I think you said this, but just so we're clear, did the children live there full-time?
No.
What was your impression or recollection about times they may be there or may not be there?
They would just come sporadically and stay, sometimes for a week, sometimes 2 weeks. I believe there was a time they may have stayed for like a month, but mostly it was just like a week or 2 visit every now and then.
Now, at some point, did Michael Barisone and Mary Haskins move out of that house during the summer of 2019?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately when that was?
I believe it was either the last day of July or the very first day of August, but I'm pretty sure it's last day of July, if I had to guess.
Do you know where they went?
I believe they went to the barn.
You mentioned before, I think that, well, let me just ask the question. Do you recall where the working students were living that summer?
They were living at the barn,
Do you recall where Justin Harden was living that summer?
also at the barn.
And using that last day of July, first day of August as sort of a reference point, do you remember if anyone else who wasn't in that category coming to live or coming to stay at the farm on an overnight basis around that time?
I'm sorry, I wanted to make sure I had the question right. Could you just repeat that one more time?
Sure, so
Sorry.
if we use that as a reference point when they moved out of the house and moved up
out.
to the clubhouse?
Okay, yes.
Did anyone else come to stay at the farm around that same time period?
At the actual farm or the farmhouse? You mean the farm?
Just at the property?
There'd be visitors, like one of the working students' parents came to visit. Ruth Cox came during that very same time as well. Make sure nobody else came that I can recall. I believe that's it.
What is Safe Sport?
Safe Sport is basically an oversight for Olympic sports to make sure that there are no abuses of either competitors and trainers, that there is severe protections over minors. They're basically there to make sure that there are no violations of like egregious rules and to keep the sport and the community safe as a whole.
Did you ever make a complaint to Safe Sport?
I did.
Did you ever make a complaint against Mary Haskins or Michael Barisone to Safe Sport?
I did.
Do you remember approximately, was that the same complaint or separate complaints?
It was in the same complaint.
And do you remember approximately when you made that complaint?
I think it was around August 2nd, I believe.
Can you explain to the jury the process you went through to make that complaint?
Yeah, it was sort of an involved process. First, I called the Safe Sport hotline. Everything was kind of just going, there was a lot of tension on the farm, and I wasn't really sure if I should make the complaint. So I first called the Safe Sport hotline to discuss with a person there just the whole situation, and they kind of talk you through your feelings and help you decide whether making a report is the right thing to do or not. And after I believe it was a long conversation with a member of their hotline, I decided that, yes, the right thing to do here is to make a complaint. So I then called the number where you make a complaint, which can also be done by filling out a form and sending it in, which I didn't have the equipment to do that, so I just made it by phone. I called somebody and I made the complaint by phone, and that's how that transpired.
Did they ask you certain follow-up questions during that call?
Yes.
What was the general basis of the complaint or the reason that you called to make a complaint?
There were a few. Mainly it was severe bullying, like torturous bullying. And there was also some stuff in there about body shaming. And that's pretty much it. It was mostly just bullying and scare tactics and things like that, and just a show of, power over someone smaller, basically.
Did the person you talked to ask you any questions about whether there were children involved?
Yes, they asked repeatedly if there were children simply just living on the property. Before even getting involved, they were asking over and over again, this is going on, are there children on the property? So to that, I would answer yes. They did ask questions though, yes.
Did you make any complaint against Michael Barisone for sexual abuse?
No,
Did you ever make any complaints to Child Protection or whatever acronym or name you may know them to be?
no,
Now, during the week or so leading up to you being shot by the defendant, do you recall if the police had ever come to the property of 411 West Mill Road?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that prior to?
My voice trailed off. During the week leading up to you being shot by the defendant, do you recall if the police were ever at the property?
Yes,
Do you remember approximately how many times?
I don't remember the exact number, I wanna say a total of maybe 5 times. It could be off by 1 or 2, give or take.
Did you call the police at all during that week of August, what I'll call August 1st to August 7th?
Yes,
How many times?
twice, leading up to that day.
Yes.
Leading up to that day, I called them once, I believe.
And did you also call the police on the day you
Yes.
got shot?
Yes,
Did the police, to your knowledge, come to the property the day that you called them?
I do not believe they did, no.
So is it fair to say that any time the police showed up at the property that week, it was not because you called?
That would be exactly correct.
Did they come to speak with you, without getting into what they said, did they come to speak with you a number of times during that week?
Yes,
Now, at some point in that week of approximately August 1st to August 7th, did you become aware that there was a lawyer involved representing Michael Barisone?
at some point during that week, yes, I did become aware of this.
And how did you remember becoming aware of that?
Actually, I don't remember exactly, I received a letter, but I don't remember how I ended up getting that letter.
What was your takeaway from that letter?
It was a little bit confusing, but the takeaway of the letter was, this person does not want you on the farm, so look for someplace else to go, kind of thing.
Do you remember when you received that letter?
I believe, not the exact date, but I want to say possibly August 5th.
When you got that letter, did you have a meeting with a lawyer?
I did.
And what was the purpose for you going to meet with a lawyer?
We had some things that were unresolved, and we did not agree with some of the things that were in the letter, and we felt it was best to just let lawyers handle it the right way.
Did you have a sense at some point before you got the letter that things were not going well and that you probably needed to leave?
Yes.
Why didn't you just leave?
Well, moving 5 horses, which at that time I had a 5th horse. I'm sorry, there was whispering. Can you repeat the question?
Sure. I asked why you didn't just leave.
Oh, that's right. So yes, first thing is that it is extremely difficult to move 5 horses and just find another barn where they have 5 stalls available, and most importantly, training like you worked very hard to purchase these horses, make them competition horses, and it's hard moving one horse, you know, on short notice. But moving 5 is almost unthinkable to have to do on any short amount of notice.
Do you have your own trailer?
I do not.
Were you scheduled for, or had you already registered for any competitions or shows that month of August?
Yeah, the week after the shooting, I was scheduled to go show at one of the biggest showgrounds that we had in our region, Saugerties. It's called Hits. And so there was a show the following week. I was set to leave on that following Wednesday, I believe it was the 14th. And that was our plan, was to go to that show so I could continue earning the scores I needed for my goals.
Ma'am, Saugerties, New York?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, yes, Saugerties, New York, yes.
Let me direct your attention to Wednesday, August 7th. Do you remember generally what you were doing that morning?
On August 7th? So,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yes, I was laying on my porch, couch. I was on the porch. I was laying on my porch love seat. You know, on my tablet. Either reading something or watching something, I'm sure. Maybe on my phone.
Judge, if I could have permission to show the witness S-345 in evidence.
Yes, 345 will be showed to the witness and the jurors.
345. Ms. Kanarek, I just wanted to use this picture just to orient some of your testimony for the jury. What is S-345 a picture of?
The back porch.
And what is the big red item that's in the middle of the picture?
It's an umbrella.
Did you put that umbrella there?
I think Robert did. I don't think I'd be able to put that there myself.
Now that doorway on the side of the house there, is there a doorway under the overhang?
Yes.
What did that doorway open into?
It opened into 2 things. That's the way I would describe it. It opened into a laundry room, which is sort of like a common area. People could do their laundry in that room. But it also was the entranceway specifically to the apartment that Robert and I were staying in the summer of 2019 as well. A big stairway leading up to that apartment.
And so is it fair to say that that would be the doorway that you would typically use to come and go from your apartment?
Yes, that was the only doorway.
Understanding that there wasn't anyone else living in the house at this time in August of 2019, how would the people, when the working students lived downstairs, what door would they use to come and go?
You can't see it in this picture, but there was a stairway leading downstairs, and then there was a door, and that's how they would enter. It's sort of to the left of this, I don't know what to call this thing with little diamonds in it.
Like the lattice?
Yes. To the left of that, there would be a stairway. You could see, like, it's like sort of black behind there, like a shadow. That's where the stairs, I believe, led down to where
There was
the
generally a separate entrance or a
Yes.
different entrance that they would use when they were there.
Exactly.
Now, you said that you were sitting on the porch on August 7th, 2019.
Correct.
Can we see that in this picture?
You cannot see where I was sitting, no,
Why not?
because there's a giant bush.
And that's the bush that's right in the middle of the screen?
Yes.
So behind that bush, there's a porch.
Yes.
Do you remember approximately how many steps up that porch would be from ground level?
Not many, maybe 2. 3 at the most, I would think.
So you were sitting, you said, on a love seat on that porch?
Yes.
Do you see the love seat in this picture somewhere? Probably moved from where you would have left it or been laying on.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I can't believe I missed that. You can see the back of it behind the chair that is behind the little yellow, I guess, evidence triangle thing. Behind that chair is the back of the love seat. It's sort of like, it's like made of wicker.
And I don't know, based on the nature of this photo, Judge, that the pointer will work, but if I could just have Ms. Kanarek step down and point out the love seat for the jury.
Sure.
Should I?
Yeah, do you have the laser pointer?
We do, Judge. I'm not sure that it will work on this photo. It is, if I may approach.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can try that to see if you can point. You press that button.
Right there. But my hand's like not staying still.
Judge, I believe the jurors in the gallery
Right there.
could see that, but if you could
Can you
just
see
check
that,
with them.
members of the jury?
It's kind of hard to hold the button.
All right,
Thank you.
Is it
Thank you.
Okay, got it.
So that's the love seat you were talking about. Is that where it was when you were sitting on it?
No,
Where was it?
it was on the actual porch.
And was the umbrella positioned there for a reason?
Yeah,
What's that?
it was positioned there for pretty much a couple reasons, mainly rain, which is why you see it's kind of like attached to the awning of the porch. We set it up so that rain could not come in. So, and also for sunlight. If there was like a glare in some way, it kind of just covered all bases. Rain, sun, weather, it helped.
Now, on August 7th, you said you remember at some point you were laying or sitting on that love seat on the porch by the entrance into the house. Before that, did you have any interactions with Michael Barisone that day?
That day, no.
Did you have any interactions with anyone from the barn that day?
Nope.
And I'll specifically direct your attention to about 2 o'clock that afternoon. Was anyone else present at the farmhouse when you were there?
Not that I knew of.
No one else was at the house?
Oh, at the house, I'm sorry, I didn't, the farm.
No, I'm sorry, I'm probably being confusing saying farmhouse. I'll start calling it house. Was anyone else present at the house?
Yes.
Who is that?
Robert.
Do you know where he was?
He was upstairs somewhere, probably the bedroom, watching TV or on the phone or something.
Now, when you were sitting on that love seat,
Yeah,
did anything catch your attention from the area of the driveway?
yes,
Can you tell the jury what that was?
yes. I was laying on the love seat on the porch, and I began to hear pebbles kind of like being thrown around. And it was coming from the barn, sort of headed towards what I thought would be the road. And that's what caught my attention first, was just the sound of pebbles and the sound of what sounded like a heavier truck or car coming down the driveway.
Did you see a truck or car?
I did eventually.
What did you see?
I saw a big silver dually come over the crest and turn into the driveway where the porch area is and park.
And based on living at the farm and working or training at the farm, who commonly drove that silver dually?
Michael,
Did you see who was driving?
not at first.
When you saw the truck come over the crest and then pull into the driveway where you were sitting, what did you do?
The first thing I did was ran upstairs to go and let Rob know that Michael was here. all of a sudden.
At that point, could you see what Rob was doing?
Yes,
What was he doing?
he was on the bed and he was on the phone.
And do you know, or did you come to learn who he was talking to?
I did.
Who is that?
One of our attorneys, Ed David,
And how do you know that's who Rob was talking to?
he told me.
Did Rob do anything with the phone?
Meaning, I'm sorry, he stayed on it and came downstairs with me.
So you went downstairs. When you got downstairs, did you come to that same, did you go to that same doorway that you just identified in the photo S345?
Yes,
Did you see anyone outside at that point?
yes.
Who did you see?
Michael Barisone.
Did you see where he was?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury where you saw him?
Yes, he was on this side of that bush, with like partial area of his body kind of like hidden with the bush, and the rest of his body was pretty much completely visible.
So like what part of his body could you see?
Like from here up, his arm, and I think that's pretty much it.
And just
Or-
because we're recording all this, but not necessarily video recording it, when you say from here up, where are you gesturing on your
Oh,
body?
sorry, like, I guess waist up, maybe?
Could you see his waistband?
I don't remember if I was able to see it at that moment or not.
Do you recall where Rob was at that time?
Yes, Rob was, at that time, on the porch with, like, next to me.
Was he still on the phone, or did he do something with the phone?
He was still on the phone when we saw Michael.
And then at some point, did he do something with the phone?
Yes,
What did he do with the phone?
he handed it to me.
Did you talk on the phone at all?
I did, I think, but I don't know what I said at that moment. I think I just said, Michael's here. I don't know why, something along those lines.
And do you recall whether or not the attorney was still on the line?
Yes, he was.
Did, without getting into specifics, did you hear whether or not Rob and Michael Barisone talked at all?
Yes.
Did you hear Michael Barisone say anything?
Yes.
What did you hear him say?
I heard him say, mostly speaking to Rob at that point, I don't want a war. How do I fix this? How can I make this all better? Something along those lines, almost exact words, but along those lines. How can I make this better? I don't want a war. I just want to fix everything and make everything good again.
What or how would you describe his demeanor when he said that?
Calm. I would just say calm.
Was he yelling?
No.
Did you do anything after hearing him say that?
After hearing him say that, I went down to go find out how he wanted to do that. I was willing to listen to this, whereas Robert, when he said this, I guess, to Robert just said, listen, there's lawyers involved. We can make things better, it's fine, just, have our lawyers talk. And Rob went back up onto the porch. I then was thinking, all this stuff had been happening for the past couple of days. Michael had been calling the police on us for reasons that we didn't even know why. And not that it was out of character for him to act one way one day and then, be nice the next day. But I kind of wanted to know, so I walked over to him and said, how do you plan to make this better? How do you, you have a bill or I was saying something about the bill that he had to settle with Rob, but I didn't get that far because.
Why not?
the minute I started talking, pretty much, or, yeah, within the minute I started talking, he pulled out a gun and shot me once, twice, directly in the chest.
At that point, do you remember if you were still holding the phone with the attorney?
I believe I was.
Did you have anything else in your hands?
No,
How tall are you?
5'4".
Do you know how tall Michael Barisone is?
I believe he's 6'4".
Did you see the gun?
I did.
Do you remember how he was holding the gun? Was it close to his body or pointed out and held away from his body?
It was kind of like, pulled it out, pointed it, boom, boom, just like that.
Can you tell the jury what you remember seeing or hearing when he fired the gun?
Wait, I'm sorry, can you repeat that? What I
Sorry.
wasn't sure.
Can you remember or can you tell the jury what you remember seeing or hearing when Michael Barisone fired the gun?
I remember when he fired it, what I remember seeing or hearing. I remember seeing my chest.
Why'd you look at your chest?
It was almost unreal to me that I just gotten shot. So I looked at my chest quickly to see, are there really bullet holes there? Like, this can't be real. I also then saw Michael raise his arm up and shoot at Robert, who was on the porch still, just directly raised his arm, shot at Robert, and then Robert disappeared. At that point, I saw Michael run around me and go running up the stairs of the porch. And I don't know, so it's just some of it's a blur, but
Do you remember after seeing that you had been shot, did you feel it?
I felt it, but I almost remember thinking, I did not start bleeding right away. So I looked at my chest and thought, oh, okay, maybe they're just blanks or something. But then I started bleeding. And I realized,
Do you remember what you were wearing, at least in terms of a top or tops?
yeah, I was actually wearing a red shirt with like gray sleeves. And since I usually always wore hoodies, I'm pretty sure I was wearing one that day as well. I think like either a yellow or a gray one.
And by hoodie, you mean a sweatshirt?
Yeah, like sweatshirt that zipped up. I think I had unzipped with a hood.
After Michael Barisone shot you twice in the chest, you said that you saw him turn the gun and point it at Robert?
Yes, well, he shot at me. He shot me, and then, yeah, he raised the gun up and immediately took a shot at Rob. And when I looked at the porch, I no longer saw Rob. So I fully thought that he was shot in the head and killed at that moment.
Do you remember what you did right after that?
Right after he shot me, or
Right after he shot you and you saw him take a shot at Rob?
I think I like spun around in a circle or two thinking, like, is this real? Is this real? And then I looked on the porch and I saw Rob on top of Michael trying to restrain him. Because I guess I didn't really see how that happened, but since Michael went up the stairs to do what only I could imagine was to finish, or to make sure that he did actually.
Yeah, don't assume anything.
Okay.
Just tell us what you saw and what you heard, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you repeat? I'm sorry.
Go ahead, ask a question, Mr. Shellhorn.
Were you still holding the phone at that point?
Yes.
Do you remember specifically, do you remember making a 911 call?
I didn't at the time, no. I told the lawyer that I was on the phone with what had happened.
Now, at some point, do you remember being on the phone with 911, whether you remember actually dialing or not?
Vaguely.
Do you remember what you said to the 911 operator?
I said something to the effect of, I just been shot 2 times. Michael Barisone shot me 2 times, or shot me 2 times in the chest. Something along those lines.
When you were making that call, or when you were on that call, do you remember approximately the area where you were?
On or near the porch.
And so if we're looking at S345, you're talking about that area near where the red umbrella is?
Yes, like almost under it, in the area underneath that area.
Judge, if I could have permission to play S113?
Certainly.
I will operator to issue with the action. Okay. Where are you? What's your drive? I've been shot twice. And all alert. Okay, I'm so up. Right. Ma'am, you're at 411 West Mill in what town? I'm losing a lot of blood. Okay, now. Washington Township. Okay, you're at 411 West Mill in Washington Township, okay? I'm done. Okay. Ma'am, where? Okay, where's the phone number you're calling from in case it gets disconnected? Hello? Sir?
I'm actually here with a fucking gun. I got him detained right now.
Okay, sir.
Get that fucking dog inside now.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Alright, stay on line with me, okay?
Sure.
Alright, my partner is sending help to analyze some minimal information, okay?
You need information? Are you fucking crazy?
Sir?
Somebody's coming here, right?
Yes, officers have been dispatched.
I'm on top of a very big man.
Okay.
I'm 5'6". This guy is 6'3".
Okay, sir, just stay on line with me, okay? Officers are being dispatched, okay? I'm sending help to you now. I know, I'm sending help to you now. Stay on the line, okay?
Is an ambulance coming?
Help is being dispatched, okay? Alright, sir. What type of weapon are involved? What type of weapon is involved?
I have no cords underneath him. I'm not touching it.
Okay. How many shots have been fired?
3 or 4.
Okay. Alright, so stay on line with me, okay?
Come here, Rosie. Come on, good girl. Good girl, come here. Come here, come on.
Alright, so when was the last time you heard shots fired?
I think she called you about. Probably I don't know, like an eternity, maybe 30 seconds after the attack.
Okay, how many more are involved? Sir, how many people are shooting?
He's shouting me, my girlfriend's home.
Sir, is it
I
just
see no one.
Sir,
What?
is it just one person shooting?
Yes.
Okay.
It's fucking murder. Back the fuck out. Stop it, Rosie. Stop it.
Sir, I need you to come down. I know you're on top of him, and I know your
He
situation right
still
now.
has the gun in his hand.
Okay. Alright, so just stay on the
I
line.
want you to marry. What's that?
So I need to get the person's description, okay? If he's black, white, Hispanic, or Asian.
His name is Michael Barisone. He is white, 6'4". He is a fucking... Oh, he's moving outside. He's fucking moving out. I will break it. I'll break your fucking arm. Oh, he's moving. I gotta put the phone down.
Okay.
Fucking moving! Fucking moving! Stop moving!
Sir, where are you located right now? Sir, where in the building are you? Sir, where in the building are you? Sir, where in the building are you?
Get the fucking out of the ground! Get off the fucking ground! Dennis! If you fucking move, I'm gonna fucking kill you! Please help! Let's out the case! What is that to do? What's the back going? The back force!
Was the voice that we heard at the beginning yours?
Yes,
Who was the second voice, the man's voice that we heard?
Roberts.
When you were making that or on that phone call with the 911 operator, at some point, did you give the phone to Rob or did he take it from you?
Took it from me, I'm pretty sure.
Do you remember what was going on at that point?
Yes.
What
I
did
do.
you see?
I saw, well, as I said before, I saw Michael run up the stairs towards where I had seen Rob disappear. And when I started going over there after I had seen the two of them, which I saw Robert on top of Michael, the first thing that I saw was that Michael had the gun directly underneath him, and Rob was on top of him with, I believe, he had Michael's left arm, like, just held behind his back, and he was over him. I don't know, the only thing I kept seeing, though, other than that, was that there was that gun right there, just right there. And if Rob had let go or something, couldn't keep hold of anymore, it would be so easy for Michael to just get that gun and fire more shots.
Did you do anything when you saw this happening?
I did, in a sort of like walk, crawl motion. I approached the porch area to where they were. I don't exactly remember whether they were like on the porch or on the pavement, just below the, 2 or so stairs. And the first thing that I actually did was I tried to dial 911 from my phone, except with the phones back in 2019, my arms had actually started bleeding. Well, they weren't bleeding. My chest was bleeding so badly that my arms and hands actually had so much blood on them that I couldn't open my phone. And I was just thinking, I can't dial 911. Can't dial 911. And I heard Rob screaming, "Michael, stop moving. Stop moving." Like, repeatedly saying this. And on my trip up to where they were, near to where they were, I just remember that gun being there and how close it was to Michael and how easy it would be for him to get it. So I, at some point during all of this, decided to take my phone, and I felt myself losing energy. But in spite of that, I took my phone and I started hitting Michael on the side of the head with it, thinking that maybe this will help if Robert is losing his grip on Michael and he gets that gun, we're gonna die. So I just took my phone and started hitting him on the side, like the sort of the side that he was facing, and my phone ended up breaking in the process of that.
When the defendant shot you, do you remember approximately how far away you were from him?
3, 4 feet, not even.
The dog that we heard barking, was that the same dog that you looked at a picture of earlier?
Yes.
Do you remember when the police or first responders arrived at the scene?
It seemed like instantaneously almost. I was actually shocked. We called 911 and it was almost like, it felt like seconds. I'm sure it wasn't, but it felt like instantaneously there was an officer that had arrived on the scene. It wasn't like 30 minutes had passed, in other words.
Do you remember what happened when the officer got there?
I do sort of remember. I remember that the officer had separated Michael and Robert. I believe he made sure the gun, I don't remember if he tried to see if there was bullets in there and separated them, but he definitely did some kind of motion to that effect, and then got the gun and its pieces out of the way, separated Robert and Michael, and then basically said to Michael, 'cause he was, I guess, still trying to move, said, "If you keep moving, I'm going to fucking kill you." Excuse my French, just quoting what the officer said.
Do you remember when other officers and emergency medical arrived?
Again, it seemed to me like almost instantaneously, Officer 1 was there, and then it was like officers were there in general.
Do you remember leaving the property?
I'm trying to think. I remember getting into something, into like an EMT van or whatever. I don't remember if I actually left the property or not.
When you
With
say
them.
getting into, did you get in on your own
I don't-
power, or were you put there?
I must have been put there because I don't actually remember going in. I just know that I was in there because I, at some point, opened my eyes and realized I was in I wasn't even really sure what I was in. I'm assuming it was an EMT van. I had like a one flash of waking up and seeing that and thinking, I guess I'm not dead.
What's the next thing you remember?
The next thing I remember is waking up, and I was in ICU, and I had no clue how I got there or how long I'd been there. I just opened my eyes and almost immediately just felt pain through my body. I didn't immediately see anyone, and then I saw a nurse, and I realized, I think I'm in the hospital, but didn't know how long I'd been there.
Were you connected to any medical machines or anything like that?
I can't imagine that there's a less amount of medical machines that one could be connected to. When I woke up, I had, sorry, I want to say Muppets, like mitts on my hands. And that's like one of the first things I noticed was, why am I wearing mitts? I'm sure there's a lot more for me to worry about, but that's what I thought. And I noticed that both my arms had like IV drains and things going through them. And then I noticed I could not talk or breathe or really, I just couldn't make a noise.
Why
And
not?
At the time, I wasn't sure. I just was, I don't even know how to describe it.
Did you have anything connected to your mouth or your
I
throat?
did. I had a ventilator in my mouth, but at the time I didn't realize like what that was. I just realized like I felt like I was like just something was stuffed down my throat. I had things all over my body, and I couldn't cry out for help or, you know, say, somebody, what am I doing here? It was just like surreal.
How did you feel when you regained consciousness and realized all these things?
I felt a combination of things. I felt a combination of afraid for some reason still, and angry, and a little bit like wondering if it was at all real. Like, did I die? Am I like in limbo right now, or am I really in a hospital? No idea what was going on. I remembered there. I did remember there was a shooting, but I just didn't recognize any surroundings, and I didn't immediately see any human being, so I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know if I was about to die in 5 seconds, or whether there had been, you know, surgery. I just didn't know what was going on.
How did you come later to find out that you were at Morristown Hospital?
I did.
How long were you at Morristown Hospital before you were discharged, approximately?
I want to say approximately 3 weeks.
Are you still recovering?
Yeah.
How so?
Well, I still have, from I say like here over, and even a little bit to the right of that, just build up of scar tissue inside and outside my body. Another thing is,
And I don't mean to put you on the spot, or
Okay.
put you on show, but
It's
if you
okay.
could just stand up because you were gesturing, and just because we have jurors back here, so you could just show them the areas where you're gesturing to on your body that you have. So you don't have to
Show.
No,
it, can
you
just-
don't have to show it,
Just
man.
up
Just
there.
point out where that is,
So,
please.
right here, there are 3 giant holes where tubes were placed in my body, like about that size in diameter. There's a scar, a giant scar going all the way up here, which goes around my belt. There's a scalpel mark around my belly button. It then continues up this way, goes around this whole left like breast area, around to all the way to my back shoulder blade, and that is where the exit wounds are, so there's still those that are visible, as well as 2 entry wounds, which after now it's been 2.5 years or a bit later, but pretty much this whole side of my body is Mrs. Frankenstein-ish mode to me.
And I'm just gonna show you one picture that we marked as S388. And I only show you this picture because you described where you got shot in the chest so the jury can understand where those gunshot wounds are.
Yeah.
Is it all right if I display that, Judge?
Yes. It's in evidence.
Approximately how long after the shooting was this photo taken?
Maybe, I want to say maybe a month or 2, maybe.
And are the 2 gunshot wounds from when Michael Barisone shot you, do we see those on this picture?
I'm sorry, what was the question again? I'm so sorry.
Do you see the gunshot wounds in this picture?
Yes,
Can you just tell the jury specifically where they are?
they are to the right of the necklace, like 1, 2.
And you said you had 2 other gunshot wounds on your back from where the bullet went through?
Correct.
Bullets went through?
Correct.
Have you, at some point since the defendant shot you, been able to start riding horses again?
Thankfully, yes.
Are you riding at the same level that you were at the time that the defendant shot you?
No. I will train, some of the movements, but it's to the point pretty much where the trainers that I have now have come up with like different contraptions actually to help keep my left shoulder blade from falling forward. And I mean, when you're riding, you want to be upright and be able to use your body correctly to give the horse the correct cues and aids and show that you're the one giving the instructions. That can't happen when you have almost one whole side of your body that wants to collapse every time you try to stand up, try to sit up straight, basically.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked in evidence as S402A. Is that a photo that you posted on your Facebook page?
Yes.
And is that photo, well, who is in that photo?
On the left is Michael Barisone. I am on the horse, and standing in front of me is my mother.
And did you post that photo in April of 2019?
I believe so. It was like a photo challenge on Facebook to show.
Does it indicate there it was uploaded April 7, 2019?
I'm not sure where I'm looking. Oh, yes, it does say that. It was. I'm not sure if it was uploaded at that time or if it was used at that time for what we just saw was like a Facebook challenge to post, I guess, a time that was special to you with a horse or whatever it said.
And what was special about this time with this horse, with these people?
This is a time when this specific horse had just sometime recently come over from Europe. I forgot which area of Europe this specific horse had come. He had come, we'd gone to a show, and I was working towards earning my bronze medal. And at that point, I just gotten one more of the scores I needed to complete that medal. And so we're kind of all smiling, celebrating the fact that I not only achieved the score, but went well and over the score needed to achieve it.
Judge, can I have a moment?
Yes.
Judge, Judge, I don't think I have any further questions at this time. Thank you.
All right, very good. Given the hour, direct examination is done. Sounds like a good time to break for lunch, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take our lunch and recess now until, come back about 1:25 or so, and we'll get started shortly thereafter with cross-examination. Thank you. Yeah, just leave it there, man, that's fine. All right, Katie, when the jurors have left, you can excuse media and observers in the courtroom. All right, thank you. can have a seat, Ms. Kanarek. You remain under oath. All right, cross-examination, Mr. Blinkus.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Ms. Kanarek.
Good afternoon.
Are you currently suing Michael Barisone?
Yes,
You're claiming millions of dollars in damages, correct?
I don't know the amount of money that we're claiming, but certainly for damages.
You basically want to take everything of value away from Michael Barisone in that lawsuit, correct?
I just want him to cover medical expenses and answer for the crime he committed in a civil court of law.
And also get money, correct?
If that ends up being a result of the suit, I guess that's the result, that's not the goal.
And all of that, and correct me if I'm wrong, is based on the fact that he shot you on August 7th, correct?
That he tried to murder me, yes.
Isn't it a fact that you, your boyfriend, and your father were planning on suing Michael Barisone prior to that?
Not that I recall, but I don't remember what we'd be suing him for prior to that, other
Do
than...
you recall talking to your dad about suing him for approximately $200,000?
I do not, but I don't recall that, actually.
Is it your sworn testimony that as you sit here today, you have no recollection prior to the shooting of talking to either your boyfriend or your father about suing Michael Barisone?
It is my sworn testimony that I, at this time, do not recall that, especially amounts of money.
Now, did you have a plan to destroy Michael Barisone?
At some point, yes.
And isn't it a fact that you made a specific threat saying that you intended to destroy everything Mary Haskins loved and held dear?
At some point, yes.
You made that statement for both Mr. Barisone and Ms. Haskins to hear, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that you set out on a mission to try to do that, correct?
At a certain point after being bullied, correct.
There's been testimony here that no one ever really asked you to leave. Were you asked?
Wait, Mr. Blinkus, you can't refer to other testimony to this
I'll rephrase the
witness.
question.
Strike that. Just ask a question of this witness, please.
Isn't it a fact that you were asked to leave in July?
No, I was not asked to leave in July.
How about April 27th, 2019, where you basically told time to leave?
Judge, can we clarify who was purportedly telling her that?
Did you have a conversation with Michael Barisone?
I had a conversation with Michael Barisone, Mary Haskins, my father, and my boyfriend in a meeting that I called, to which Mary Haskins began that meeting with, "Y'all need to leave." So yes, that would be correct, I guess, in the way that you asked it.
And when you were told you all need to leave, did you start taking steps to pack up and find another place to stay?
No,
Now, at that point in time, would you agree with me that things have turned sour between you, your boyfriend, and everyone at Dressage stables?
I would not agree at that point in time, no. Since Michael, in that meeting, told his girlfriend many times to, I'm just quoting here, so please don't mind the cursing, to please shut the fuck up and not speak again. This is a business arrangement, and she should not be making any kind of assertions such as you need to leave or whatever. So that was the end of that conversation.
Now, when did the problems start to occur?
I would say they started to occur somewhere in the area of maybe July-ish, I want to say, maybe a little earlier. But July would be probably more accurate to when I started noticing.
July, approximately a month before the shooting, correct?
Approximately.
Now, have you ever lied to either the Washington Township Police Department or the Morris County Prosecutor's Office about this case?
Not that I recall.
Have all your statements that you made to them been truthful?
Yes.
Have you hidden anything from them?
No.
You gave a statement December 5th, 2019 to the prosecutor's office. Do you recall that?
No, I'm sorry. Can you actually repeat the question? I missed the dates.
Sure. December 5th, 2019, you gave a statement to the Morris County Prosecutor's Office with regards to this case, correct?
December 5th, 2019. Okay, probably yes. I don't remember the dates, but
Almost 4 months after the shooting, correct?
okay, yes, then probably yes.
Now, that is the first time you gave them an official statement, correct?
I don't recall. I believe I spoke to them before that, but I don't remember.
Can I approach this?
Yes.
Recently, in preparing for trial, you were played your video of this transcript, correct? And I'm showing you 200G.
Okay.
Was that a yes, you were played the video?
Oh, that was a question? I'm so sorry.
I think it was. Was that a question? Was you,
Yes, Judge.
yes,
Well,
will you
you
play
played
the
the
video
video.
in preparation for trial?
The video
Of your statement.
of my
The taped
statement. Yes, I was.
Okay, and you went over that with the prosecutor, correct?
Correct.
Was there anything in that video statement that was inaccurate?
I can't remember it exactly. I feel like when I was telling them the amounts of shots fired, I feel like I said definitely 3 times, maybe the times a bullet shot. I couldn't really remember.
Didn't you say there were 5 shots?
I don't know what amounts of times I said. I know I said 3 shots were fired. I may have said 6 shots. I don't remember.
Okay, so a few months after the incident, when you talked to the prosecutor in official capacity, your recollection is 3, 4, 5 shots, as good as you can remember, correct?
Yes. I guess so, yeah. I'd just been shot a few months before, so I was just giving a statement as to what I recalled.
Okay. And your recollection is a little bit different today, correct?
Yes.
Now, before you gave that statement, you had talked to your boyfriend numerous times about the incident, correct?
Correct.
And you talked to your father about the incident, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Was Robert Goodwin in the room when you gave that statement to the prosecutor?
I don't think so.
Now, would you agree with me that in your original statement, you said that you had a problem remembering the incident. Did you say that?
In my, I'm sorry, in my original statement,
To the prosecutor's office, the ones that's
On
right
this-
in front of you?
I'm sorry, I'm just confused. I'm not sure that this December 5th was the first time I gave a statement. And there was some,
Judge, can I just clarify for the record, the interview occurred on September 5th, 2019. I think the
not December.
transcript says December 5th, 2019, so there's a typographical error there, but certainly the recording itself indicates it was September 5th.
What's the date, counsel?
September 5th, 2019. I think that may be causing the
Right,
confusion.
it may be.
All right, I apologize. This is what was given to me.
It's no problem.
September 5th, 2019.
Yes,
Was the first time you talked to the prosecutor's office?
yes.
Do you recall telling the prosecutor at that time that it's a bit shady in my mind, or words to that effect?
Honestly, I was on a ton of pain medication. I had just come out of the ICU. I honestly don't know what I may or may not have said, even if I watched the video. I honestly don't remember what I said in that interview.
Can you please turn to page 4?
Sure.
Line 12, and ask you if that refreshes your recollection as to whether or not you indicated a month or so after the incident that you were a bit shady as far as your recollection of the event.
I'm so sorry, I can't find where you're talking. Line 12
Page
says,
4, lines,
that's okay from Detective Rogers. Making sure I'm on.
What page is it,
four
Mr.
here.
Blankus?
4, Judge.
Page 4?
Oh, so, okay, well, I see it now, it's labeled a different way. So this is actually page 3. So this is page 4, line 12. Detective Rogers starts with an 11, speak up as much as you can.
Line 11, Miss
Wait, let me
Kanarek.
see.
Okay, so some of it,
Okay, line 12, wait, 10, 11, 12, shit.
they're
Okay.
numbered on the left-hand
Yes,
portion.
I see, just the page numbers are in different areas. Okay, sorry, continue.
Does that refresh your recollection as to whether you told them, with respect to the incident, it was a bit shady in your mind?
Probably, yes.
Do you recall telling them words to the effect that after the shooting, you went somewhere?
No, I don't recall telling them that I went somewhere.
Can you look at page 4, line 14? Did you tell them words to the effect? There were parts of the
Let
story,
him finish.
there were parts of the story like, where'd you go? Like, I don't even know, like I disappeared.
Yes, that would be accurate.
You told the prosecutor's office on that day that supposedly after you were shot, you disappeared somewhere.
Correct, like mentally, like I mentally disappeared. That would be accurate, yes.
Your testimony is that by the word disappeared, you meant mentally?
I mean, I could read it, but yes, I could read it out loud if you'd like,
No, just,
whatever you want me to do.
Read it to yourself and make
No,
sure.
he's asking, I guess, what did you mean when you said, back when you gave that statement? What did you mean when you said those words? That's what he's essentially
Yeah,
getting at.
I think when I said those words, I meant, what I thought I was saying was, I think I went somewhere or something, like in my mind, like I spun around in a circle, or, I wasn't like fully aware of I was aware of the fact that I'd just been shot, but also still thinking like maybe this isn't real. So like I wasn't in my mind in the proper place is
Okay,
what,
so as you sit here today,
yes.
at any point in time, either before or after the shooting, did you run off to the side or around the house?
I never ran around the house. Like I said a moment ago, if anything, I may have ran around in one small circle, just kind of assessing myself, but no further, nothing else.
But you never disappeared?
No.
Physically,
No.
is my specific question.
Yeah, no.
Now, you indicated at some point in time with your relationship with Michael Barisone, you decided or set out to try to destroy him, correct?
At some point, I'm sure I mentioned that or said that.
You wanted to ruin his business, correct?
I think finally, yeah, that was in my mind.
And you wanted to ruin and destroy his girlfriend, Mary Haskins, correct?
I guess, yeah, after what they were doing to us, that thought had crossed my mind also, yes.
Okay, now, when you say what they were doing to you, the problem, and correct me if I'm wrong on direct examination, where things started to deteriorate is when you weren't being trained by Michael Barisone, correct?
I wouldn't say that when things started to deteriorate. It was part of it, but not the entirety.
What were some of the other parts?
Just things here and there, small lies being told, bullying.
When you say bullying, what exactly do you mean?
I mean,
Who bullied you?
On one occasion, Michael jumped out at me in the dark, started screaming at me and spitting in my face. And at that moment, I didn't know whether he was going to try to hurt me or, I don't know, do something to me.
When was that?
So when is that? Or
Yeah, when was that?
that was sometime around the time that they were no longer living in the house and in the barn. So he was like waiting for me to come up there.
Did you ever tell anybody or call the police?
I posted on Facebook, I'm being bullied by a 6'3" man to the point that I'm afraid, and some other thing. I wrote about it.
And with regards to Facebook, I'm looking for your... With regards to your Facebook account, you were posting things daily, correct?
Correct.
And a lot of those were about Michael Barisone and Mary Haskins, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that some of those things could be considered threatening?
Yeah, I could agree to that.
Like, your use of the terms with regards to a chess game. Do you recall saying things like the king will be killed, the queen will be sacrificed?
I don't know, honestly, I was talking about a chess game and it might have been an analogy, but
But the analogy was towards Michael Barisone and Mary Haskins, correct?
most certainly.
And you also used metaphors at times, correct?
Correct.
And you did that, to what, try to protect yourself by not using names?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You used metaphors, correct?
Yes.
And for instance, in one instance, did you use the metaphor where you talk about Michael Barisone as the king and Mary Haskins is the queen.
I honestly don't know who I was referring to as being who, but I'm certain that was about the both of them.
What was that for? Yeah. On July 14th, prior to this meeting where the base Mary Haskins tells you to get out, do you recall posting a extremely long post where you're talking about a king and a queen and your relationship with them?
Wait, I'm sorry, you started out with, on July 14th, prior to, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I'm so sorry.
I'm going to show you what I'm referring to here. I'm going to show you 200A-14.
Sure. I'm not sure where the date is of this.
This is from your Facebook account, and there's a date up top that says 7/14/2019. Lauren Kanarek reacts to a post from July.
Oh, yes, okay, I see. And the highlighted is what I wrote?
I'm going to ask you some questions about
Okay.
this. You're familiar with this post, correct?
Well, I am now. I wrote it, so I'm familiar with it on my page.
And would you admit that it's pretty scary if you're talking about the person that you're talking about here?
Judge, I think that calls for
It's
speculation.
speculation.
Okay.
Just ask her about the post.
When you talk about the adulterous king lured by a peasant of no merit, no credibility, and ousting the rightful queen in the most humiliating way in front of a large audience, who is the king you're referring to?
Probably Michael.
Probably?
Yeah, I'm assuming I'm not referring to his ex-wife Vera,
Right.
so therefore it would be Michael.
And who is the new queen you're referring to?
Mary Haskins.
And did you call her the most dumb-witted commoner, village idiot, would suit her perfectly, known in all the land? She is not royal blood. She has no regal talent or talent whatsoever. Did you say those things about
Yes.
Mary Haskins?
Yes.
Others refer to her as the queen of lies and deceit. I, myself, have not found it necessary to refer to her at all. Did you say at some point, referring to her, that she herself could never possess the talents that the wife did? She was blinded and paranoid with jealousy and the thought of the king realizing her true nature. She began executing all the younger and fairer maidens of the kingdom.
Yes, you're asking if I wrote that?
You wrote that?
Of course, yes.
And you're referring to Mary Haskins, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were aware that Mary Haskins, Michael Barisone, and pretty much everybody at the stables were following your Facebook account, correct?
I had no idea what anybody was doing at the stables regarding my Facebook account. Other than maybe Michael on an occasion, one time said he saw a post, but other than that, no.
And when did he say that?
Sometime while I was training with him. It might have been shown to him by a girlfriend, or maybe he saw it on his own. He actually complimented it. It was
He
something.
complimented it?
Not this post, a post at some point. And he was just like, I agree with something that you wrote. And other than that, I have no idea what he does with his Facebook account or what he reads or who shows him what.
Did you also say in this post, sadly, the once fearful and formidable king, Michael, had been transformed into nothing more than a slight memory of his glory days, with less and less tales to tell of conquering than ever before? Did you say that?
Yes.
Did you say a man made small and nearly worthless without his queen by his side?
Oh, yes. I wasn't sure if you were finished. Sorry.
And did you also say the more frail the king became, the easier it also became for the imposer, wannabe queen, to whisper lies into the king's ears? Did you
Yes.
say that?
Yes.
And you were referring to Michael and Mary Haskins, correct?
Correct.
Judge, just so the record is clear, it says imposter.
I apologize, I read it.
All right. The record shall so reflect.
Lies she hoped would rid every maiden, young and old, of true royal blood, and with varieties of talent from the kingdom forever. Were you suggesting that Mary Haskins was trying to destroy the careers of all the young people at the stables?
Yes.
Did you then say at some point, failure to abide by his agreements with other royal houses invite open war and inevitable destruction?
Yeah. I posted it.
You were basically declaring war on him, correct?
I wouldn't go that far.
Well, there were certain agreements that you claimed that he didn't honor with you, correct?
Correct.
And this post was referring to those agreements, correct?
I mean, yes. It's also a reply to a comment that mentions things like royalty and other things. So there's parts that I honestly don't know what I'm talking about, but it was written by me, so it's there. Yes, I wrote it.
Did you say, unfortunately, what's IQC mean?
I don't know. I'm not sure where are we seeing this?
Did you say, unfortunately, IQC, imposer's queen commoner, used the king's diminished state to quietly convince him to ignore all treaties?
I have no idea, because I have no clue. Oh, IQC. There actually is a thing for that. I'm sorry, could you read that again, just so I know exactly?
First, do you know what ICQ means?
Yeah, I see it. I put it in parentheses.
And what does it mean?
Air brackets. It means, I just saw it. I will get to it. Imposter queen commoner.
Did you then say the queen on the glass throne isn't a queen?
Yes.
She is hardly more than pond scum attached to the boot after trudging through a puddle. Did you say that about Mary Haskins?
Yes. I did.
You realize that Mary Haskins was his girlfriend, correct?
Correct.
Did you think if he saw that post that that would cause an issue with regards to you staying and training at his facility?
Wait, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I have the question right. You're asking if I thought,
If he
What?
saw this, whether it would cause an issue with him continuing to train you and allow you to stay at his facility?
I don't know, but I thought really hard about it or the consequences. I just kind of wrote it,
He just threw it out there.
basically.
Did you then say, her open attacks on me will not result in the execution as it did for the maidens fairer than she without any counsel to fairly protect them? Did you make a statement like that?
I'm guessing if it's there, yes. I'm saying I wrote these posts, so yes.
And did you end it by saying something to the effect, but all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again?
Yes.
And that the castle would come crumbling down. Did you say that?
Yes.
And the castle you were referring to was his business, correct?
I honestly don't know what I meant. I don't know.
You have
Again,
no
I was
idea
just writing-
what you meant when you wrote this. Is that your testimony?
That's my testimony. I have no idea what parts or pieces of each micro thing I was referring to. It's social media. I wrote stuff. That's what I did.
Okay, and did you make a statement at the very end, words to the effect, I sure hope my wrath is never called upon? Did you say that?
Yes.
Judge, could I ask for completeness pursuant to the rules of evidence that the next line be read?
Judge, if he's asking that, I would ask that it be, the entire thing be published to the jury.
You have redirect.
That's fine.
You can do it on redirect.
That's fine.
Mr. Belinka's brought it up, and if you want to bring in other portions of it, you can do so. That's why we have redirect.
Now, you were also posting things about your mental instability on Facebook, correct?
Not that I recall. Not seriously, anyway.
When you say seriously or not, did you make specific mention of you having serious mental problems?
I do recall one specific post.
Which one was that?
It was a post sometime, I don't know when I wrote it, but it was a post in reply to my cousin, which the gist of the post was fear, and I discuss hiding in a bunker, or needing to hide in a bunker. But prior to stating that, I say something along the lines of, I have mental, I'm trying to think of what the words were.
Multiple?
Yeah, multiple personalities. I don't know what they're going to do if they're threatened, which is actually like a little bit of assumed knowledge on the part of the person I was sending it the message to. I thought she knew the situation and that would understand that I was referring to Michael's behavior of acting one way one day, one way the next day, and I just was writing it and assumed that she had more knowledge of that whole thing than she did. So to make sure, I then went on to say, we're so frightened that we're thinking of building a bunker to hide ourselves and maybe even can it fit horses. If you have the post, you could bring it up. If you'd like.
I plan on it, but
Okay. I was just saying. so
sure,
we
due
can-
time. So you do admit that at some point during this relationship, you posted something saying you had multiple personalities and you're not responsible for your actions.
Yes, I did post that.
Did you ever post anything that you're a narcissistic and suffering delusions of grandeur, hashtag bipolar narcissist?
Possibly. But
Those are the types of things that you would say?
there's lots of types of things I would say.
Okay.
So, social media.
Did you make reference to weapons frequently?
Not that I recall, but I'm sure I mentioned that I own a gun. Sure, I mentioned that New Jersey gun laws are very strict, and other states maybe that have gun laws that are very strict also, as they should be. Especially since I ended up getting shot by one of those very guns. So there's that, but I guess
Well,
I lost
do you
the
recall?
question.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Do you recall posting photographs of on Facebook of you shooting your boyfriend's motorcycle because you were angry that he was riding without a
Judge,
helmet?
Yeah,
this is subject to a rule.
yes. Where are you going with that, Mr. Malinkas? Rephrase your question.
You
And please,
testified
hold on, and please keep your voice up nice and loud, okay?
Okay.
So all the jurors in the back
Okay.
have to hear you.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
You testified on direct that you only owned one gun.
Correct.
Okay? Did you post that you have two 9mm Walters?
Yes, I did actually post that.
Did you lie about how many guns that you possessed?
No, I was not lying about it. I was talking to a friend of mine who he and I frequently discuss politics and what have you. And in this discussion, what I was referring to was the gun that I had currently. I had also, at the same gun store, put money down on another gun, which I never went to go get. And instead of explaining like what would have been a 17-page thing, I just said, I have two guns. But that guy would certainly know that wouldn't be the case because I would have needed another permit to go get it. So in a simple sentence or two, I just said I have two guns, both Walters, which is technically true, seeing as though I did put money down to purchase that gun. I just never went to go get it. So I didn't feel like explaining that on Facebook, so I didn't.
It's your understanding that if you put money down on something and don't pay for it completely and obtain it, that it's yours?
And I guess that's the concept of putting something on layaway or things like that. So
When
that
did
was
you
my
put-
interpretation.
Right.
Yes.
When did you put that on layaway?
Sometime around the same time that I went to go do the whole process of purchasing and actually obtaining the first weapon.
Did you post that you have a 9mm under your pillow?
I don't remember. It's possible.
Now, with regards to your statements concerning owning 2 guns, both Walters 9mm pistol, one takes 18 in the mag and 1 in the chamber. The other is small enough to fit in my purse. I haven't cleaned it in a year.
Yeah, I was actually referring to the one I had, not the one I didn't have yet. But yes, I wrote that.
Which one is the one that holds 18 in the magazine?
The one that I actually have possession of, and I'm pretty sure it's 17, now that I checked it, like, recently.
In that same post,
Yeah, I don't know.
which is on August 4th, 3 days before the shooting, did you say words to the effect that if someone were to punch me in the face, I'd let them twice? After that, their second hit advantage would be over until they begged me to let them up.
Probably, but something sounds unfamiliar about that. Could you maybe read the few lines preceding that? Or like maybe however many lines there are, just a few lines that right
Sure.
before that, so I know.
I haven't cleaned it in a year. Hashtag fail. Unfortunately, or luckily, we both live in North Carolina. New Jersey is crazy gun laws. You could be arrested to do time for just having 1 bullet. Mine are mostly hollow points, which just one is a potential of 10-year sentence, even if it's loose and sitting on the floor.
That couldn't be the post, because that post, where after it says luckily, it says, I'm not a violent person.
Right, that's
You didn't read that just then, so I was confused. You read that
okay.
sentence was confused.
I'll read the whole thing.
Yes, please do. Thank you.
Potential 10-year minimum sentence, even if it's loose and sitting on the floor. Also, luckily, I'm not a violent person. I hate confrontations, which seem they could turn violent. That said, if someone were to punch me in the face, I'd let them twice. After that, their second hit advantage would be over until they begged me to let them up. Hashtag self-defense.
Yes, that's the correct post. I did write that.
And so you were telling whoever had access to your Facebook post that you own 2 different guns, correct?
Correct. And that I wasn't violent, but yes.
Now, were you posting things with regards to your experience using guns?
Probably.
For instance, that your ex-husband owned a gunshot and you shot pretty much every gun there is.
Yeah. It's fair to say.
Did you brag about being a better shot than your boyfriend?
Probably.
And did you say at one point, with regards to your gun, that you only need 3 bullets? My aim is nearly perfect.
I don't know. Could you read that? I have no idea.
Judge, can we be heard at sidebar?
Yes, I think we should. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the objection was sustained, and before we go any further, I do have to give a limiting instruction on some of the testimony you heard. You heard me mention earlier, I think after openings, that there were some uses for evidence that are allowed by the jury and some uses that are not allowed. And I'm going to go through all this again at the end of the case when I give my main charge, and I'll give some references at that time to specific evidence and how you can use it. Now, this evidence about Ms. Kanarek owning a firearm was allowed in by the court for a limited purpose. And that purpose is, as it may have affected Mr. Barisone's state of mind at the time of the shooting. That's why it's allowed in. If it's shown that Mr. Barisone had knowledge of these postings, you may or may not consider that as evidence of his state of mind. It's entirely up to the jurors. But it's not introduced to somehow attack the character of Ms. Kanarek. It's not introduced as character evidence. It's only introduced for a limited purpose of how those postings may have impacted the state of mind of Mr. Barisone. That's the only reason the court has allowed the introduction of this evidence regarding Ms. Kanarek's possession or ownership of a firearm. All right, and I'll address it more at the end of the case. All right, please proceed, Mr. Belinkas.
Ms. Kanarek, did you refer yourself as John Wick in any post?
Maybe,
Who is John Wick?
someone like, Keanu Reeves.
Is a violent person?
I think it's a matter of perception. You could say that, I guess.
Did you pull
Yeah,
an objection?
Mr. Belinkas. Belinkas.
Were you posting in numerous posts statements with regards to going to war?
Yeah.
Did you say things like, if war cannot be avoided, then the victorious warrior must hashtag win first, hashtag then go to war, or words to that effect?
Yes, I believe I was quoting Sun Tzu, but I'm sure it's probably posted if it's hashtagged and posted.
With regards to your chess comments, did you make a statement, every time I up my chess game, I always become reminded that it is those who obsess about protecting their queen, regardless of the outcome, who miss the hiding, look, and always fail. Did you say something like that?
Probably.
And you were talking about Michael Barisone protecting his girlfriend, correct?
Probably.
And in that same post, did you say,
Can I ask what date you're looking at, or page or something?
okay, this is July 12th, 2019, and at the end of that post, did you say, the king has been captured and killed, and the whole entire castle comes crumbling down? Did you say that?
Probably.
And that sometimes the queen must be sacrificed? Did you say that?
Yes.
So, will you admit, with regards to this post, you were talking about capturing and killing Michael Barisone, with use of metaphors, of course, correct?
I was definitely not talking about killing anyone. That'd be false.
How about sacrificing the queen? Was that Mary Haskins?
On a board of chess where a piece is knocked down or moved over. Sure.
On that same day, did you post something, the beast hasn't yet met the napping beast inside me?
Objection. Same objection, Judge.
Say it's a threat, Judge.
I'm sorry?
I'm saying because it's a threat.
Well, I'll sustain the objection.
Now, during this time when you're making these posts, you're telling numerous people on Facebook that you're being bullied, correct?
Yes.
And you even tell them that you believe your life is being threatened.
That's correct.
Now, with regards to your posts, July 21st, 2019, after posting all these things, many of which we've just gone over, did you say something to the effect that you're never be bluffing, not unless you're prepared to carry it out? Did you say words to that effect?
I'm sorry, what date and what?
This is
When was this?
July 21st, a couple
Oh.
weeks before the shooting. Did you
Okay.
make a statement basically saying you're not bluffing, or words to that effect?
Maybe. I don't know what the context was, but
What page is that? Top right.
Oh. 1024.
Thank you.
And on July 21st, did you there again talk about what you're saying not being a bluff? And that no one with a brain in their head bluffs emptily, betting literally. You do and just did. Bye-bye, exclamation point. Did you say that?
yes, I always usually end off with bye-bye or bye-byes. So that makes sense.
When you say you normally end with bye-bye,
If to anybody, yes.
Now, on July 23rd, a couple days later, did you use the term weapons hot?
Yes.
July 25th, did you post a post? And this is when things are really starting to get crazy at the facility, correct?
Yes. I'm sorry, can you just go back to the post from a minute ago about?
I'm moving on, I have a
Oh,
lot to go.
okay, because something seemed strange with that, I wanted to.
On
just make
July
sure it was me.
25th, did you post, "I will be, it's about time to possibly go to war. Anyone who repeatedly kicks a resting beast will eventually wake her up."
Probably, yes.
On the 27th, did you say words to the effect, "This is me, look out, 'cause here I come"?
Yes, I believe I was quoting the circus movie with Hugh Jackman. It's like literally a song.
Did you say what page that was?
214. Now,
Wait, you go there too.
you okay?
I'm just looking at the page that you said to look out, because here I come, but what page was that?
That's not in your.
No, I don't think that's
Oh,
in
I
there.
don't
He's
have-
looking at something completely
Oh, okay,
different.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
In fact, why don't you take that away so we don't
Okay.
have that mistake again and have her
Okay, yeah, I
looking?
wasn't sure
You're not
what it was
referring
supposed
to
to
it.
There you go. No problem.
Now, at some point, you start illegally recording private conversations, correct?
Objection.
Close for a conclusion, Mr. Valenkas.
Did you record private conversations where you were not a party to?
Yes,
Now, at some point in time, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe on August 3rd, you tell the Washington Township Police Department that you've recorded secret conversations, correct?
yeah, I told the police that I was recording things, yes.
But you also lied to the police about that recording, did you not?
I don't know what capacity, in what capacity you're talking about, so, no. I would say no.
Did you tell the police that an attorney gave you permission to record?
I don't recall, but I was speaking with attorneys, and,
What attorneys were you speaking to?
I guess I could tell you their names, but I'm sure is privileged. Ed David, my father, who's a retired attorney. There's someone else, I don't know that they're involved this time. I don't remember, there was definitely somebody else, I believe, but certainly those two people. One is a current attorney, one is a retired attorney, and we discussed the location, what the expectation of privacy might be, the reason for which,
And the legality?
and the legality. Of course, it wasn't like a decided thing before a judge, but we discussed those possibilities so that we could avoid doing something illegal.
All right, so, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, is it your testimony that your father told you you could legally tape a private conversation that you were not a party to.
Objection. It's hearsay.
What's the basis for your objection?
It's hearsay.
It's not offered for the truth of the matter, Judge.
What's it offered for
It
then?
has to do with why she did this.
I'll allow it. Not for the truth,
Correct.
just her state of mind.
It's your sworn testimony that your father told you, a lawyer, that you can put a recorder someplace and record private conversations when you're not there.
No,
Is that it? Is
no,
that?
it's my sworn testimony that either my father or the lawyer that we had obtained expressed that it was their belief that the location in which the device was placed, and the reason for which it was placed there, seeing as though it was considered my property, was not breaking any laws. We specifically sought out this instruction or counsel to be sure that we were not going to be breaking any laws by doing this.
Okay, I'm asking
We
you.
weren't trying to
Right.
shoot anyone or kill them. We just wanted to do things the legal way.
I'm asking you specifically, was it your father?
She just said, that's asked and answered. She said twice now, either the father or the lawyer.
Okay, well, are you aware of the fact that I have a tape recording of the meeting between you, Robert Goodwin, your father, and your attorney, Edward David, where you're discussing tape recording?
I am not aware of what you have, but we had many conversations, so if you have a conversation, then you have a conversation.
I have a conversation.
No, Mr. Blinkus, you're not offering evidence.
May I be heard, Judge?
All right, let's take our afternoon break. Members of the jury, take 20 minutes. Now, and is it illegal? Is it not illegal? Was there an attorney involved? I mean,
There's no question whether or not it's legal or illegal.
that's not an issue.
It is an issue, Judge.
Why? Does it matter to Mr. Barisone when he heard it whether it was illegal or not illegal? No.
Well,
No, that's just disparaging. You're attacking the alleged victim here.
Judge, I'm not, because I have text messages where she uses these recordings to plan on suing him. She gives the recordings to her father.
But that's not an issue.
Judge, it's
I understand, Mr. Blinkus, I understand why you're raising the issue. You're focused now on, was it illegal or not illegal? Right? And the whole purpose of this is as it impacted Mr. Barisone, yes?
Well, to a certain extent, Judge, because...
Well, what's the other extent?
What she's doing, it's a lie she made to the police and the prosecutor. She says, I put the recorder in my helmet in my private locker. That's what she just said.
She never even said that.
Yes, she did.
She has not said that yet.
Well, that's what she's going to say. She said it depends on where she put it. I have text messages where she talks to her father and Goodwin about putting recorders in the residence, the barn, the clubhouse, by the dumpster, by the rock. You know, that's a lie that she made to the police regarding this case. And
What's the lie she made?
the lie, she told the police, I have recordings that I made that were in my helmet in the locker. You know, there's no expectation of privacy. She made tons of other recordings in other places. For instance, in his office, Judge, in the clubhouse, and then takes those conversations, takes the exact words and starts taunting him with them. So I think it affects her credibility. It's a lie. I'm trying to attack what she said to the prosecutor and the police.
I don't know how it's established that that's a lie, Judge. So even if I concede.
So it can't be Mr. Davis. They talk about it, and then they even say, and two lawyers agree, that even if a judge tells them to destroy it, they're going to disregard that order.
I know, and you're going down this road and bringing all this in?
No, I'm just saying, Judge, this is the evidence I have. So when the prosecutor says, oh, I don't know where these were made, the text messages indicate that they were made in the office.
I know, but you asked, the lead into all this was, did she lie to the Washington Township Police Department? Right?
Right.
So why don't you focus on that? You know, you got hung up on this illegal thing. Just hear me out.
Okay.
You got hung up on the illegal thing. That determination's not being made here. And we're going down the road, and quite frankly, whatever point you're trying to make is going to get lost in the morass
Judge,
of whether it's illegal or not. The issue is, did she make recordings and then use them and post them, and did that affect Mr. Barisone? And that's what I said initially. Regardless of whether it's illegal or not illegal, there are recordings of Barisone apparently that were posted.
My belief, judges, and and I'm putting this on the record, whatever you rule, obviously I abide by. I'm putting this on the record because basically it's clear from the discovery given by the prosecutor that they know she's committed a crime, illegally recording Barisone in private conversation. They've not charged her. I've asked them, have you discussed charging?
You can ask her those questions, but not her opinion on whether it's illegal or not. That's not her decision to make.
Okay, but
So-
again, it's like, for instance, if I shoot somebody and the prosecutor doesn't charge me, everyone knows you can take judicial notice, Judge, that illegally tape recording someone in a private setting without their consent is illegal. It's
I know, but if she says an attorney told me it was okay to do it, which is part of her testimony, then she wouldn't be prosecuted.
Okay.
She'd rely on legal advice, whether it was right or wrong, and if she relied on it, then she's not going to be prosecuted. And do we really want to go down that road in this case?
No, Judge, but I have the tape with Edward David where he questions illegality. He didn't tell her it's legal. That's the one person. She says she's not sure if the other person is her father. And I was cut off with regards to trying to...
No, because you kept asking the same thing, and she kept repeating the same answer twice. You didn't like the answer, so you were going to ask it again. She said twice it was either this attorney David or my father, who's a retired attorney. Then you asked it again, she said the same thing.
Okay, and I'm just saying for the record, Judge, I have a tape where it's clear that Ed Davis The first day she ever met him, and they even talk about this, he had no idea she was taping him. She tells the attorney that I placed him in my locker and there's no expectation of privacy. And the boyfriend is heard crystal clear on the tape, laughing, ha, ha, ha. Well, maybe not all of them.
I know, but this
And then
this is so far from the issues here, Mr. Belenkis. I'm excluding it under 403. It's just going to lead to confusion
Okay.
and a waste of time on a exceedingly tangential issue here. You can ask her about what she told Washington PD about the recording, whether she ever put recording devices elsewhere.
Okay,
That's fine.
all right.
But going off on this, is it legal, is it illegal, and you spoke to an attorney, what advice did she get? That's that's just way too far afield. And it's going to lead to confusion on the part of the jury and a waste of the court's time, quite frankly. I'm going to exclude it on that ground, but you can certainly ask her and pursue the point, excuse me, about whether or not what she told to Washington, whether it was accurate, whether there were other recording devices, and things of that nature.
Okay,
And that's relied upon by, I think, the experts as part of the insanity defense here.
okay.
So it's relevant in that regard, but just stay away from whether it's illegal or not illegal. If you want to ask her, does she have any fear of prosecution, or was it ever discussed with the prosecutor about her not being prosecuted? I suppose that may show some interest or bias, so that's fine. All right.
Can I go to the bathroom?
Yes, go ahead.
Give me one moment, Judge.
Okay. Oh, you may have a seat, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge.
I will resume cross-examination by Mr. Belinkis.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Ms. Kanarek, I'd like to talk to you about these tape recordings. On August 3rd, Michael Barisone calls 911 and the police arrive, correct?
Probably, I'm assuming yes.
And after they talk to him, they come and talk to you, correct?
Probably. They didn't always, but I'm assuming.
At some point, they talk to you, correct?
Yeah, at some point the police talked to us.
And on that day, you told the Washington Township Police Department that you were secretly recording private conversations, correct?
Correct.
Did they ask you any questions as to how you were doing this?
I don't recall, I just remember something about just make sure it's something that you own because, make sure it's not attached to a phone or in a living residence because that could be considered wiretapping. And I said, no, they're not there. It's on someplace that would be considered my property and it's not attached to a phone or a living quarter or anything like that.
So
And they said, okay.
it's your testimony that the Washington Township Police Department is discussing the legality of what you need to do to take a recording?
No, it's my testimony that they were offering insight into what to be careful about. If that's an action you're going to take, they're saying just make sure that whatever you do, you don't do these things because they're definitely illegal.
Definitely, you were told they were definitely illegal.
Or they're definitely...
Judge, I'm going to object. We just talked about this at the break.
This is what was told to her, Judge.
Fine, by the police. If you frame the question that way about what the police said, it's fine, but not anything further than that.
Correct. So the police told you you can't record in someone's private areas, correct?
In someone's like private home or like you can't bug a phone. So we followed those instructions.
Did they ask you specific questions on how and where you were doing your recordings?
No, but I was sort of like telling them because I wanted them to know. I don't remember how far into it I went, but I wanted to be sure, like I said a moment ago, that I wanted to make sure everything we were doing was legal and we were going about it the right way.
Okay, and at any point in time since this incident, has the Morris County prosecutor or any representative ever questioned you about where you put these recordings and what the circumstances were behind them?
I believe so.
Who?
What?
Who did you talk about these recordings about in the prosecutor's office?
I know it was in their office, I'm sure, I'm not sure what the title is. Christopher Shellhorn,
Did you
I don't
tell?
remember whoever else was in their office.
Did you tell
It was
Christopher?
brought up, I didn't go further than that.
Did you tell Christopher Shellhorn where you planted all the recordings that you made regarding this case?
I don't believe I specifically discussed where they were. We didn't really want to get into that. We were discussing more the fact that I was almost murdered than where was some recording where it was placed.
Okay, well, isn't it a fact that you did record conversations in a private residence?
No, that is not a fact.
Did you record conversations in the clubhouse?
No,
Did you record conversations in either the residence where Michael Barisone lived or the stable area where he lived a week or so before the shooting?
I'm sorry, no, he never lived in the stable area ever. He lived in the clubhouse, which there was no recordings there. But, yeah, the second portion of your, I guess, questioning is not accurate. So if maybe you could ask it again. Michael Barisone never lived in the stables,
Well, he lived in the club area, correct?
which is separate from the stables, to be
Correct.
clear.
And is
Correct.
it your sworn testimony that you never recorded any conversations in the club area?
That's correct, unless it was recorded on our person and it's one of us speaking and we were in the club area, which we were not during that time. So I would have to say, yes, it's correct that there was no conversations in the club area recorded.
Right. I've been provided over 70 recordings.
Okay?
Where were those recordings made?
My locker.
Every single one?
No, not every single one. Some were in our own house. Some were in, I don't know where else they were there. I know where they weren't. I can tell you that. I know where they were not. And I know that they were in my locker when we were recording like an open space where anybody could be at any time.
Well, again, when you say an open space, is it your testimony that you secreted a recording in an area where you or Robert Goodwin were not present?
Well, we were present because we had horses stabled there.
Well,
So,
when you say present, I mean present during the actual conversation.
yes, you're asking if there was conversations that happened while we were not in the actual stable area? Yes, there were conversations that happened during that time, correct.
Okay, and you've indicated that you didn't do that in the club area, correct?
Yes.
How about Michael Barisone's private office? Did you or Robert Goodwin ever put a recorder in Michael Barisone's private office and record private conversations?
No, his office is in the clubhouse, in the club area. And
It's a
that's what I
separate
just said.
room, correct?
Sorry, say it again, I missed that.
His office is a separate room from the club area, correct?
His office is literally inside the club area. There's a door, but it's in the club area. And again, since that was also their living area, no, we did not go ever in the living area and record anything. It was in my locker or in the area we were living at the house. So again, to answer your question, it would be no. I'm sorry if I'm maybe being confusing.
Okay, so, again, in a roundabout way, you answered my question. I'm just going to ask you specifically, irrespective of how the room is positioned, did you ever secretly record private conversations in Michael Barisone's office?
No.
Ms. Kanarek,
Yes?
who got this recorder?
My boyfriend ended up buying it.
Rob Goodwin, correct?
Yes.
And when did he get that recorder?
It was ordered on the morning of August 31st at around 8:07 a.m. from Amazon, to be clear.
August 31st?
I mean, sorry, July 31st. July 31st.
And arrived next day?
I believe arrived the next day, correct?
And so,
Overnight.
is it your recollection that over 70 recordings were made from that point on to the time of the shooting?
There were 2 devices, I believe. I could be wrong. I don't know how many recordings there are, but there could be 100. Still, the fact remains, this is where they were, and this is where they were not. They were in my locker. They were in the house that we were living in. We were talking to ourselves. We have that on record. But where they were not was in anybody else's living quarters, including the club room, or any other living residence in the farm whatsoever, unless that living residence belonged to a horse, which it didn't. It was in my locker. End of.
Now, you just mentioned that there are 2 devices.
Correct. At least, I believe so. I wasn't in charge of them.
Okay,
but
who was
yes.
in charge of them?
My boyfriend was in charge of them, but we
And
both
they-
knew where they were.
Okay, and you were the one instructing him where to put the device, correct?
We would discuss it together. It was no like I'm instructing him or he's instructing me. We had a specific reason for my wanting them to be in my locker. A very specific reason.
Oh.
I guess he had a reason too, but nevertheless, like I said, that's where they were put. A locker which I was paying for.
Did you turn over both of those recordings to the prosecutor's office?
We turned over everything. I was shot and dying. The police collected what they collected. I was in a hospital for 3 weeks, in a coma for 4 days. I don't know what happened during that time, but certainly I had no knowledge of what the police were doing or any other office was doing. But I do know that we turned over everything that we had because it was taken upon search and seizure of the crime scene that unfortunately your client committed.
Okay, now, with regards to these tape recordings, when you recorded something, did you bring it back to your house and listen to what was on the tape?
Sometimes.
Now, how did you listen to those recordings at your house? What device
Don't
did you
remember.
use?
A computer, I think. I think you just put it in the computer and it plays.
And you could also delete things off that with the recorder, correct?
I have no idea. I'm pretty sure you could do it anyway. Anybody could delete something, but our goal wasn't to delete things. It was to get the information we were trying to get, which was, we thought, vital to our life, and ended up exactly coming to fruition just a few days later. In almost the exact way, I would say, it was heard on those audios.
So, I can have a moment, Judge. Did you ever put a recording on the porch?
I'm not sure which porch you're referring to.
The porch in front of the stables?
Porch, no, porch, no, like I said, and I don't mean to, like, sound like I'm being rude or repeating myself or
You're
anything
not,
like that.
you're not, don't worry about
I
that.
just want to let you know, the only place that the recorders were ever placed in that barn area at all was in my paid-for locker. That's it. Otherwise, it was on our person or in the apartment that we were living, and that's it.
Now, whose telephone number is 973-713-7703?
My father,
And that's one of the persons that you claim gave you a legal opinion with regards to recording, correct?
one of the people, and again, said, I don't really remember which said what or who said who,
Okay,
but
do
I
you-
certainly spoke to my father a few times, and
Do you remember your dad saying on August 2nd, 2009?
Objection.
Has to do directly with this issue, Judge.
What doesn't matter? It's still the rules of evidence. Isn't that a hearsay statement?
Judge, I believe it's permissible to impeach her. There's a discussion with her father regarding admissibility.
I mean, isn't this what we discussed at the break?
No, Judge, this is a specific statement which contradicts what she said.
All right, hold on, the objection's overruled, so go ahead and ask the question in this one area.
Mr. Kanarek, your father's number is 973-713-7703, correct?
Correct.
Did you have a discussion with him on that day with regards to the...
On what day, I'm sorry?
Yeah, that hasn't been made
That's
clear
on
what day it is.
August 2nd, 2019, at 9:24 p.m. With regards to him questioning the admissibility of you making these recordings.
Yeah, but he was questioning the admissibility rather than legality of it. Then I'm guessing probably spoke of whether after these recordings had been recorded, whether or not they might be admissible in a court of law. Since you just mentioned the word admissibility, I'm only pointing out that I don't think we're talking about, like, is this legal, is it not legal? We may have been, but I think the real crux of what we're discussing was, just like you said a minute ago, the admissibility of it. Meaning, will this be admissible at a later date? If that's what you're asking, which it seems to me that is, but I could be wrong, sorry.
You were giving your father copies of these recordings, correct?
I don't remember. I don't really know how I would share them. I'm really not that tech savvy. honestly.
Isn't the fact that you're aware that your boyfriend, Robert Goodwin, had given your father a number of these texts, and you were aware of texts, recordings, and you were aware of that?
Well, on August 2nd, like I said, it was ordered the morning of July 31st. They arrived probably the next day, if we're lucky. So by August 2nd, I can't imagine there would have been very many recordings by that time. So I don't know what he could have sent in that one time period, or like a small period of time to my father, but I can't say he hasn't, so maybe he did. I honestly don't know. It wasn't me, the
Okay,
if it happened.
And when you use the term admissibility,
Yes.
that had to do with the lawsuit that you, your father, and Robert Goodwin were talking about filing against Michael Barisone, correct?
Probably, and not just that, probably some other things too.
Now, you also made videos, put video cameras places, correct?
In our living space, yes. We were planning to go away the following week with Michael, in fact, to a show, which I had signed up for. It's on the USGF website, you can check it. I had entries for a show the following Wednesday where Michael was to take me to a show, the one we were discussing earlier, in Saugerties, New York, called Hits on the Hudson. And we wanted to have surveillance in the house for when we went away, since there was tension on the farm, people going back and forth with their moods and tempers. So all I knew is I had a show. We wanted to have surveillance in our house that we were renting, and we had cameras, blink cameras, I believe, in the house for when we were not home. That was the purpose of them. So yes to that question.
And when you say or said in certain posts that you have eyes and ears everywhere
Yes.
that can't be detected, where were the eyes? Are those the
The eyes are
videos you just...
in our house, which if no one's living there, why would they be detected unless someone's coming in? It shouldn't be.
Who's Rosanna Williams?
A good friend of mine. Also, she is one of the best international horse sales people maybe in the world. And I purchased 3 of my international competition horses from her. And we're very good friends, and also a business friend as well.
Okay. Now, when did you get these cameras that you're talking about?
I didn't get them. My boyfriend did. I don't remember what date, but somewhere around the same time as
When you say
audios.
Same time, that would be after the...
Somewhere around the same time as audios.
And you're sure of that?
No, I'm not sure of that. That's what I said, I'm not sure, I didn't get them.
Okay, where did he get them at?
I think you order them online, like a person would do, I'm guessing.
Well, do you remember having a conversation on April 20th with Miss Williams saying
On April
just
20th? I'm sorry, I just wanted to be sure.
April 20th, 2019?
Mm-hmm.
I
Justin,
think if the intention is to refresh her recollection, which she's saying she doesn't remember, she could certainly be shown something to see if that refreshes her memory.
I
don't think it's
That's the way to do it,
appropriate to read it.
Mr.
What's the
Blankus.
number on it? I don't find it. Oops.
all right, I'm showing you a text message, and the number, prosecutor, is 9311, April 20th, 2019.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you to look at item number 9311.
This is April 2019, did you say?
Yep.
Okay.
And ask for you to read that.
Just read it to yourself.
Oh, okay.
Just to refresh your memory.
Just the little yellow Post-it thing?
No. This, can I
Just make
just
sure I
point it
heard.
right out to a judge to say something?
Yes, go ahead. Point it out where you wanted to read.
Okay. This is to Rosanna, correct?
Yes, this is you talking,
Okay,
correct?
yes. Okay, I read it.
You bought cameras,
No, I said that I did to my friend months before. So, but there was no cameras purchased.
so you lied to your friend about purchasing cameras
Yeah.
because you thought Justin was a threat?
Yeah, I feel like she was worried about me. To make her feel better, I said, don't worry, you have cameras, we'll be fine. We later did get cameras, but it wasn't until months after.
Take this. But you'll agree that there was a text message between you and Miss Williams where you indicated on April 20th, 2019, that you bought cameras last night to plant in the barn.
Mr. Blankus. You just refreshed her recollection. And that,
I know, Judge,
I know, but and that now,
now I'm impeaching her with her recollection because it says here they planted.
well, no, don't read it. That's the whole issue.
Okay.
You
Judge-
use that to impeach her credibility, right? And refresh her recollection.
Right.
And you're saying her last statement that she said is not accurate about what's in there?
Yes, Judge, absolutely. Did you tell her that you planted cameras in the apartment and the barn?
Is this the thing you just showed
Yes, the
me?
thing
Judge,
you
it doesn't say the apartment, it says our apartment.
Yes, exactly.
Our
He's leaving
apartment.
out key words
Yeah.
every time that he reads these text messages to the witness.
All right, Mr. Shellhorn. If you have an issue, it's not to be said in front of the jurors, all
I
right?
understand.
I understand, but just say you want to be heard at sidebar. And you have to make sure you read everything accurately.
Yes, sir. On that day, to Miss Williams, did you say Justin is a threat, a big one? We bought cameras last night at Home Depot to plant in the barn and in our apartment so we can always see what Justin is doing and saying.
Yes, I said, I wrote that, I lied to my friend, so she wouldn't be worried. There was a situation with Justin that she knew about. I didn't want her to worry. I just told her, don't worry about it. Got cameras, handled, and that was it.
Now, at some point, you know that Michael Barisone knows that you're recording him, correct?
Yeah, about 5 months later, 4 months later, that was April, correct? So the shooting day he came to shoot us and kill us was August 7th. So, yes, so several months later is when we purchased the cameras, if that's what you're asking. Is that what you
I
asked?
have no idea.
Yeah,
Okay.
hold on, just listen to the question and try to answer only the question. As I said earlier, if you don't understand,
Yes.
just say, I don't understand, can you rephrase?
Okay, yes, Your
Right.
Honor. Please.
I'll rephrase it, Judge.
Right, I think you should, go ahead.
You, at some point, you buy cameras, correct?
Yes.
At some point, you start tape recording private conversations, correct?
By cameras, yes. Tape recording, private conversation, yes, I guess that would be an accurate statement, yes.
Okay, and at some point prior to the shooting, after you started tape recording private conversations, you became aware that Michael Barisone believed or knew that you were doing that to him.
I'm guessing, I told the police, I'm guessing, I don't know what he was aware of. I have no way of knowing that, sorry.
On August 5th, 2 days before the shooting, did you tell your father in a text message, and I confirmed for sure that they know we have a bug in the barn? Did you make that statement to your father?
Probably, yes, it's in a text message, I made the statement. You're asking, did I make it
I'm asking you,
rather
did you?
than someone else?
I'll show you this.
Okay.
100C8, specific item 42. Please look at this specific text.
I'm gonna go there, I just want to be before that, so there's some context. Yes, that was written by me, within this
And does that
conversation.
refresh your recollection as to whether or not you became aware that Michael Barisone knew, or at least thought, that you were recording his private conversations?
No, well, I think it indicates what it indicates, which is that I told a police officer this, so I figured probably it might have gotten back to him. They wanted to continue having those conversations in front of my locker. They now know. Like I said, we were trying to do things as legally as possible.
This
But I
te-
can't know what Michael was thinking or what was actually told to him.
Well, what did you
I'm talking to my
mean?
father here in a text message, so.
What did you mean when you used the word, and I confirmed for sure that they know we have a bug in the barn?
I
What
meant
did you
that-
mean by the term confirmed for sure?
I meant that I told a police officer, meaning that I figured that if it were some problem, they would know about it. Even if it weren't a problem, they might tell. I didn't know, like, police protocol. So it's just an assumption. I was writing to my father. Again, in the context of that whole conversation, I would say that it would make sense for me to say that, which we didn't get into that.
Now, let's go back to July 25th.
Okay.
Did you post another lengthy post regarding Mary Haskins and Michael Barisone?
Probably.
It's 11 days after the first one that I read about the king and the queen.
And how many days? 11 days after the first one that you read. Okay. How many days before the shooting was this?
This one is July 25th.
Okay, I was just confirming how many days later I was almost killed, but continue, I'm sorry.
And by the way, did the prosecutor ever ask you for the receipt from your Amazon account to
I was in a-
determine when you got those recorders?
I wouldn't know, like I said, I was in a coma for 4 days, in the ICU for 3 weeks, unable to speak, because I had a ventilator shut down my throat.
Okay.
And after that, I was on so many pain medications, I really couldn't communicate with anyone. So I have no idea what was said or done. Like, my life was almost ended.
Do you recall saying words to the effect that it turns out once a home wrecker, always a home wrecker? Were you referring to Mary Haskins?
Absolutely.
Did you then say words to the effect that then said home wrecker realized if a man did it to his wives, what's to stop him from straying again? Did you say that?
Yep, and there's, I think, 6 more chapters, I know them all.
All right,
You can read
and
them, no
then,
problem.
and then did you say immediately after that, here's where paranoia and jealousy set in?
Yes,
say that?
I'm familiar with the post, yes.
And it's your belief that Mary Haskins was jealous of you?
I think she was jealous of a lot of people, and it was just an insecurity that she had. That was my belief, yes.
And did you say a little bit later on in that post, when talking about Barisone and Mary Haskins, did you say, it's war?
Probably.
Mr. Belinkus, when you characterize something, don't you characterize it?
That's what it says, it's war.
No. Before that. You're saying who she's talking about.
Okay,
You're not testifying. She is. Ask her that question.
understood. The previous statement that I read, you were referring to Barisone and Mary Haskins, correct?
Can you read the previous statement again, so I'm sure?
What's to stop him from straying again? Here's where paranoia and jealousy set in.
Yes, that's a statement that I wrote.
You wrote that, and it's about Barisone and Haskins, correct?
Correct.
And then soon after that, you basically make a statement, and correct me if I'm wrong, where you say, it's war, correct?
Yeah, probably. I'd say so.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but going to war was against Barisone and Mary Haskins, correct?
I mean, I don't know, you didn't read, I only got the one sentence, I didn't get the whole context. So I don't exactly know. I'm sure,
Were you
I'm sure
talking
the.
about going to war against anyone else during this
I
period of
mean,
time?
no, but like all I'm bringing up is that I feel that maybe some context was left out, but it's fine, we can just go with, yes, I wrote that, I meant that, that's fine, we can move on, not go back to the
All right.
context.
Just,
Sorry.
ma'am, just answer the question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right?
Now, and this is a post that a lot of people are looking at, correct?
Well, how does she know that?
Because it's Facebook,
What-
Judge, and she
Well,
knows.
no. Just focus on the issues. And the issue, how many times, Mr. Belinkus, is not everyone.
Understood.
So what other people know is not really relevant.
Did you say in that state that you will publicly announce using your special talents for collecting indisputable evidence? Or words to that effect?
Yes,
Did you tell whoever saw this Facebook post later on to fasten their seatbelts?
yes,
A story like this, even told at a distance, may cause whiplash. It's that bad.
yes, I did definitely said that.
Including extra stories that could only be heard in recordings or videos to be fully believed?
Yes.
So on this day, which is July 25th, you're telling whoever's reading this that you have evidence, videos, and recordings, correct?
I thought the sentence was, could you read the sentence again, actually?
Extra stories could only be heard in a recording or video to be fully believed. You talked about recordings and videos, correct?
Talked about that they could only be believed if they were in a recording or a video, which is what led us to later get those two very things, to make sure they would be believed.
Did you say towards the end, even a one-time Olympian can be cut down to size?
Yes.
And then, oh yes, a war, I fear, may be inevitable.
Yes.
And then at the very end, I'll need all the calm of the Dead Sea to stop me from going totally ballistic.
Probably, yes.
Now, Michael Barisone was living in his home at the facility, correct, when you came back in the summer of 2019, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm unclear.
Okay.
The facility,
The farm,
well, he was living in one place the year before and then another place the year after, so
okay?
I was.
I'm talking about the summer of 2019, when
Yes.
you were living with your boyfriend in the upstairs apartment.
Correct?
Okay, Michael Barisone was living on the main floor there
Yes.
with Mary Haskins and their small child, correct?
Yes, yes, that's correct.
Okay, that was his house, correct?
I assumed that was at the time, yes.
You were living in an apartment and were not paying him any rent, correct? For the apartment,
It was a barter agreement,
right?
right?
And when you say the barter agreement, you were paying to board two horses at $2,500 apiece at that point, correct?
Plus, I believe $40,000 I had just given him for a horse he was unable to sell, plus the work that my boyfriend had done along the barn and the house, which Michael said was going to be compensated. And part of that compensation was that we have the housing and whatever, although that was established the year before, and that the main part of it would be when my other horse that I had purchased would come overseas so Michael could train her. He chose the facility she would be quarantined at. So yes, we were paying a lot of money, more than just the $5,000 that you said, to be living in that apartment. There was the work done, like I mentioned. There was the money given to him for the horse that he couldn't sell. And so, yes, we were living in a house and paying money, yes.
Again, let's break this down if we could.
Sure.
When you first come to his facility, you only have two horses, correct?
When I first come, yes.
And the agreement was that you would pay $5,000 for those two horses, and he agreed to give you living accommodations, correct?
Training of those two horses,
Right?
living accommodations. and,
Boarding.
yeah, sorry, yeah,
Boarding.
I'm boarding, yes, correct.
Okay, so that's the deal that, did you cut that deal or did your father cut that deal?
It was a joint, I guess, conversation and discussion.
Well, who pays for the boarding?
What do you mean?
Who pays the $5,000, you or your father?
It comes out of my money, and my father writes the check.
And where does he get the money from?
The bank,
Okay, so your father's taking the money out of your account or his account?
my account.
What's the
Yeah,
relevance?
does it matter, Mr. Belinkus? What's the relevance of this?
Okay, I'll move on. So the original deal was that he would board and train your horses and give you living accommodations, correct?
Correct.
That original agreement did not include your boyfriend living on the property, did it?
I told Michael I was bringing my boyfriend, and then I had 2 dogs. I wanted to make sure he knew that, in case there was a pet issue or whatever. He sat on the phone in an hour-long conversation, no problem. And then he sent a text to my father, which read something like, she's gonna love the apartment, they're gonna love it. It's so wonderful, it even has antiques. My father then sent me that message, I read it. I said, all right, sounds like a plan. I guess I can't really say no to this offer. It's too good to be true, or refuse, and we took the offer, gratefully.
Did you ever tell the prosecutors that in the beginning you didn't know your boyfriend were coming?
I don't know. I don't think so, but I could not be sure.
So when you came up from Florida after the winter of 2018, how many horses were you boarding when you first came up?
When I first came to meet Michael, you mean?
Yes, in New Jersey.
In
How many actual horses were in his stable?
2, the same 2 from Florida
Okay. So,
prior.
and the same arrangement basically held true, correct?
Correct, until things changed, yes.
Boarding 2 horses for $5,000 and a living accommodation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then there came a time when you brought in 2 more horses, correct?
There came a time when I purchased a horse from Michael, making that the 3rd horse, or sorry, making that the 3rd horse.
Correct.
So that was a horse that Michael wanted off his hands. I paid for the horse. We agreed that I paid for the horse. The horse gets to stay where he's lived his whole life, and no changes made. Training will be included because the horse has shivers. He's got a lot of health issues, yada yada. Bottom line, I say, Michael, here, I'm going to give you this money for this horse. He's got these issues, but he shouldn't be moved from his home. So I buy the horse from Michael. He then says, okay, you just buy the horse. He'll keep the stall. You'll keep taking lessons on him like usual. Nothing changes.
Okay, now what's the name of that horse?
JT.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, you're making it sound as if you took some lame horse off his hands. That's your position?
My position is that the horse had issues, health issues, serious ones, including Cushing's, shivers. I can name a bunch of other things, really bad case of shivers. And yes, I bought the horse because I had ridden him all the time. Others didn't get along with him. I did. I fell in love with the damn horse, excuse my language. And I bought him. And Michael agreed that it was probably best because probably he wouldn't get anywhere near the money he would have gotten had the horse not had these issues. So I bought him, paid a lot of money for him, kept him, and then Michael invited me to bring yet another horse, and then yet another horse. But I guess.
Okay, let's talk about JT.
Okay, sure.
All right, but before we do that, can I see counsel at the bench, please? Mr. Belinkus, go to another area, please.
All right, so 2019, you have 2 horses, you buy JT, which makes a 3rd horse, correct?
Correct?
You're still only paying $5,000, correct?
5,000 plus the 30 or 40 that I just paid Michael for the horse that I got from him, yes.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with the monthly fee that you're paying. That's a
No,
purchase,
that's
correct?
correct. It's not a monthly fee. That was a one-time payment.
Okay.
Done, finished, horse sold.
Okay,
Finished.
and then you get another horse, correct?
No, I already had, well, no, I already owned those horses.
Did you bring another horse to Barisone's
Yes, I
facility?
bought a 4th horse named
When was that?
Symphony.
When was that?
May, there's a post on Facebook actually, so you should have it, where she actually arrived that day, and
What
we're
day?
like, whatever the day, it was maybe June 7th, I want to say. No, I don't remember. Oh, the word, I don't know.
Okay,
I
and
don't recall.
sometime in June, correct?
I believe in June, it might have been a bit earlier.
And can I assume that you started paying another
All right,
$25,000?
Mr. Belinkus, I just ruled on this.
Judge, it's-
This is not, I find this not relevant. For the reasons I just stated at sidebar.
Judge, this is totally different.
No, it's not. Mr. Sheldon. All right, Mr. Belinkus, move on. My ruling stands. I don't find it relevant.
Ms. Kanarek, at some point in time, you start bad-mouthing Michael Barisone to people in the industry and on social media, correct?
Correct.
You tell people that he abuses and neglects horses, correct?
I don't know if I said all of that, but it could be correct. It did happen, so I might have said it.
You even called him a criminal.
I don't believe I called him criminal. It's possible, though. I'm not going to say it never happened.
Well, did you claim that that flood that occurred at the farmhouse when he was in Florida with Mary Haskins was an insurance scam?
Yeah, I probably claimed that on Facebook somewhere. Yes.
You don't have a specific recollection
No.
of telling people that he committed insurance fraud?
No, I only have the specific recollection of what he himself said about it. I don't remember whether or not I decided to go blabbing on Facebook about it that day or not. Maybe I did. I sometimes do. Not my best choice. But it could have happened.
Now, and you realize that insurance fraud is a crime, correct?
Oh, yes, I realize that.
And so when I asked you the question, did you accuse him of a crime, you realize by calling him someone who's committed insurance fraud, that that is accusing him of a crime, correct?
I mean, yeah, I did go to the police about it and report him, because then if I didn't have exact proof, I didn't want to be accused of making some erroneous report. So I was expressing my feelings on it, based on what we had heard him say to us himself. And we very much believe that at one point he did not want the information that we had about that getting out.
Right, well then, you told everybody on social media whatever you thought you had, correct?
Probably.
Now, you contacted Safe Sport, the town, maybe other agencies. Did you ever contact the insurance company and give them this evidence that you had?
No, I did speak to the insurance adjuster though, and he made it very clear that he had some, I don't know how to articulate it. He had some arrangement with Michael, and he could not discuss it, and he left. But I just wanted to ask him a couple of questions, and he wasn't having it, so I left it alone at that point.
You just said that you were aware of the fact that Michael Barisone didn't even negotiate the fraud claim. There was a private adjuster that did that, correct?
I'm sorry.
You talked to him.
There was somebody that said they were a private
Judge,
adjuster.
I'm going to object at this point to the relevance. I think this is getting far afield.
Judge, I'm just questioning her answers to the questions as to what she knew and what she said.
Well,
And again,
You brought out that she accused him of insurance fraud.
now,
That's what's relevant, so move on. Sustained.
Now, 3 days before the shooting, were you posting on Facebook that everything from my life, livelihood, and even writing career have all been threatened should I refuse to adhere to the things I've been put through constantly?
I did, yes. Read that.
And who is threatening your life?
And livelihood, as you read, Michael Barisone and his girlfriend Mary Haskins.
And how were they doing that?
Several ways. They were calling barns and trainers from Michael's higher up, powerful, like Olympian friends to your average, next door barn, telling them that we're menaces, we're torturing them, we're terrors, and then at the same time, making it like we need to leave or they didn't want us there. So I guess in the best way to describe it is it was like we felt they were trying to like trap us there, saying, oh, you have to leave, my girlfriend doesn't like you, but oh yeah, you also can't go anywhere else because you've been calling every single place telling them don't take their horses. That was happening. Then the girlfriend was calling, not just calling, Michael and the girlfriend weren't just calling, they were actually going so far as to cyber stalk all of my social media pages up to like 5 years to see if I'd ever had a conflict with anyone and then get that person involved in this dispute. Whether I'd not spoken to that person in 5 years, 2 years, 10 years, it didn't matter. They were doing things that were not okay by any of the governing bodies of the sport, by any of the governing bodies of all the sports, and quite frankly by the law, since they were cyber stalking my page.
When you say cyber stalking your page, first of all, you indicated that they were contacting people that knew you, correct?
I don't know who, among them, yes.
Okay.
And also other people. Michael wrote in a text message to some
How did you
woman-
see the text message?
Twitter. It was posted publicly on Twitter.
Okay. That
Michael posted literally these words: I'm a very big guy in the Olympics. I have a lot of power here, whatever. I'm good friends with with the CEO, Murray Kessler, and the chief of staff, or the chief counsel, Sonia Keating. I have a lot of power there. Like, basically, once you've gone to the Olympics, you have all this power. So, I'm going to be able to do whatever I want, encouraging this
He
person.
said, I'm going to be able to do whatever I want in that Twitter?
Something like that. I'm paraphrasing most of these things, like you sort of have a little bit, but yes, in the instance that you're discussing, Yes, on Twitter, it's public, posted publicly, the text message that Michael Barisone wrote to this person saying, Mary Haskins said she found you online, she's never met you. I'm this big guy in Olympic sports, I have a lot of friends, I'm good best friends or good friends with the head counsel, Murray Kessler, who's the CEO. The lead counsel, Sonia Keating, good friend as well, basically asserting his power that he's this big Olympian who can bully us peons into submission in whatever way he wants on an anger or a temper tantrum and get others involved in doing it, which to safe sport is an abuse of power, which to the law, I'm sure, is cyber stalking, I don't know, and to USEF, our oversight body, would also be weaponization of the oversight body and a violation of their code, as he well knows.
And you think that by him contacting these people and talking to them about you and what is going on, specifically the postings that you're making, the bad-mouthing that you're doing of him and all his staff, that there's something inappropriate with him checking you out or conducting an investigation as to who you really are?
I'm sorry, I missed the question in that.
That's the reason that you just stated in your last answer is the reason why you claimed in this post that your life and livelihood have all been threatened.
Yes, when an Olympian blatantly says to someone in a text message, I am going to ruin this person's life.
Who said that?
Michael said it. He said...
There is a text out there or any post...
Can you let her finish, Mr. Belinkis, please?
I'll withdraw the question. Is there any
Actually, yes, I
post...
do believe there is a text out there that he wrote.
Okay, did you give that text to the prosecutor for him to
No.
use in this courtroom?
No, I did not.
Where is that text that you just said Michael Barisone said he was going to ruin your life?
Oh, we heard him saying it. We heard he texted people this, saying he's going to ruin our lives and, quote, find a way to make our lives hell. We got wind of the fact that he was in fact doing that when we spoke to another person who I'm not going to bring into it at the moment. I'm sure will come in later. But like I said, for all the world to see, he put on display by texting this woman that he is this big guy in Olympics and that she, in fact, a person who's not even a horse person, should immediately call these oversight bodies and make complaints against us. And this is a person that I had a personal dispute with that ended years prior and was telling her, make this complaint and don't worry, it's okay. I'm a big guy in Olympic sports. No one's going to... That's how the text reads.
Was that...
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Was that...
Don't even think about going there, Mr. Belinkis. Move on.
Okay.
We're going down a rabbit hole here. Move on.
I need a yes or no answer if you can answer that way. Is there a text message to support what you just said in your last answer where Michael Barisone said he was going to destroy your life? Yes or no?
If I recall correctly, there is.
Okay.
I would not swear my life on it. Those exact words were used, but I would testify that some words to that effect were used in the text.
And did you tell that to Prosecutor Shellhorn?
I don't know. I honestly don't remember.
I mean, we have
I'm
all
sure
of
I've had
his...
many conversations.
You're aware of the fact that we have all of his texts, your texts, Mary Haskins' texts?
Well, Judge, I don't know that that's accurate. That we
Yeah,
have-
Mr. Belinkis, ignore that, members of the jury. Ask another question, please.
Would it surprise you to know that Michael Barisone doesn't have a Twitter account?
No, it wouldn't surprise me. He has a Facebook account, though.
Well, you just said you saw it on Twitter, correct?
Yes, I saw it posted by another person on Twitter.
Another person.
Yes, a text made by Michael Barisone to this person, and this person posted a photo of that message on Twitter. In fact, there were several of them. Some of them are still there. Some have been deleted and screenshot. Some are still there right now.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever post something regarding Barisone and Mary Haskins and then delete it?
Not that I recall, unless Facebook took it down or a site that thought like a post was inappropriate, if that edit or delete it. I do not recall deleting any posts. That's more a Mary Haskins thing.
No. You
Continue.
just talked about having or listening to recorded conversations between Michael Barisone and his staff concerning you. Did there come a time when you would use those words to taunt him? His own words?
Taunt him?
Yes.
No, I would not call it that.
What do you call when you post private conversations that someone has on social media? Do you think that would have an impact on?
Can she answer the question?
Yes, how many questions? Just one at a time. Let her answer, and then you ask a follow-up.
I would think that since in those very recordings that you're speaking of, he literally says,
Listen, I'm not asking you what he said.
Well,
I'm asking you.
Mr. Belinkus,
She's not answering the question, Judge.
I don't know because you cut her off. I don't know if she's answering it or not.
I'll withdraw the question and ask it.
I think you should withdraw and move on to another area.
Ms. Kanarek,
yes.
did you post private conversations that you recorded of Michael Barisone on social media?
Yes, I did.
Did you text him some of the private conversations that you had recorded?
I don't think so. Maybe. I can't imagine I would text him, I recorded you saying this,
No.
but I don't know. I don't know the answer. I'm sorry.
Let's turn to August 6th, the day before the shooting.
Okay. Do I have the?
No, I'm going to ask you some questions with regards to a Facebook post that was posted for everyone to see.
I'm sorry.
And this is the one where you start off, where you say, some advice to all couples, never give an ultimatum. Do you remember that post?
This is the post you just read a few seconds ago.
No, this
With
is totally
yes, it is.
different.
The 6
This
chapters.
is August 6th.
Well,
Yes.
why don't you show it to her so we can get it clear?
I'm showing your Facebook post, page 3135.
Yes. And I point them now. I don't know if I'm allowed to or not.
I'm going to ask
Judge,
you
I
some.
think that's page 3135 of S402. Just so the record is clear about what is being shown.
Which page is
Read this. Is this your Facebook post that goes on to the second page?
Yes, this is the one where you read about the home wrecker girlfriend and VK.
No,
the post-
this is a different one. August
This is
6th.
Yes, the 6 chapter post that we read, talked about.
No. We haven't gone over this one. This is
Okay.
another one.
Okay, you say so. I'll take your word for it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
August 6th, 2019.
Mhm.
Now, you start off this social media post by saying, never give an ultimatum.
Mhm.
Did you hear anyone in your secret recordings give Michael an ultimatum?
I have no idea, probably. Actually, yes, I did. But I don't know how direct they were. I don't know how to answer that question. Yes, there were ultimatums given.
And you heard that in private conversations.
Correct.
Who were the ultimatums given by?
Mary Haskins in some cases. Michael, I believe, in some other. Mary DeFranco in quite a few.
And these were all captured from your locker in this stable area?
That's correct. They would all gather on the bench and discuss things. Why they were doing it in front of my locker, I couldn't say. But I mean, there are horses walking by, so horses
Not-
typically don't go in living areas. just
Have you listened to all these tapes? There's not horses going by in
All
every.
right, Mr. Belinkus,
Okay, I'll
come
withdraw
on.
that.
Enough of the comments, please. Just ask a question, get an answer, ask another question.
With regards to this post, which is the day before the shooting, you're talking about, and correct me if I'm wrong, people that give ultimatums tend to be miserable and insecure people, correct?
Correct.
And again, you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, numerous world-class show animals and even managed to get the human husband on an alternate list for a coveted spot in the Olympics and produce winning competitors prior. And you put in parentheses, again, just a random example.
I
When you
don't see where
po-
you are, but if you're reading from it, then
When
yes,
you
I
posted
this.
things like that, did you intentionally make a statement and try to cover your tracks with another statement like, that's only examples, I'm not talking about you, or using metaphors? Did you try to disguise who you were talking about?
Probably, so that it wouldn't be, I'll just leave it at yes, probably, yeah, that would make sense.
But will you agree with me that it's clear in this post that you're talking about Barisone and Haskins?
It's clear to me, yes.
Or to anybody that knows Barisone or Haskins, correct?
And that knows I'm training with them and that's where I'm located, and that had they made these phone calls bad-mouthing us for what we believe is no reason, they might come to my page and say, okay, there's another side of the story. And I wouldn't have to say a name or out anybody so that anyone else would know. But those people that we discussed were getting phone calls that were not involved in anything going on, would maybe come to my page and say, okay, there's more to this than what we're hearing from their side at the moment.
And is it true that when you're making these posts, you always try to qualify things to a certain extent to protect yourself, correct?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Like, for instance, where you said here, upon this hypothetical husband, in quotes, return, he had in tow with him a much younger woman who hosted said clinic. Not pretty on the outside or nice on the inside, just spiteful, adulterous, and insecure. Did you say that about Mary Haskins?
Yes.
Did you say that after the divorce, that Mary Haskins, she began discussing plans to remodel the home her boyfriend once shared with his wife?
Mr. Belinkus, let me see that sidebar, please. All right, move on, Mr. Blinkus. Or is this a good time to break, Mr. Blinkus? It's 4:25.
I think it is, and
All right.
it's my wife's 60th.
Well, we don't need to get into that. Just tell me yes, it's time to break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for today. Please don't discuss the case. All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning, same time. You can step down, man. You just wait outside. Just don't walk down that end. Just stay down this end until the prosecutor comes out. Sure. All right, thank you. Yeah. Yes. Mr. Blinkus, don't ever comment to the jury about anything in your personal life. All right? It's inappropriate. I know, but it's not necessary. It's just not, it's completely unnecessary. And it's, yeah, yes, no, it's, well, why do they have to know that? Why do they have to know that?
I didn't think it was a big deal.
It is a big deal. It is a big deal. You shouldn't have any communications with the jury.